Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. I would like to quickly say that I am not a morning person. Never have been, never will be. This doesn't mean I am a lazy person, in fact, I am quite the opposite. I sleep in so much because I just do too much stuff late at night. Reading, writing, gaming, homework. The list is endless. Back on topic. Not a morning person. Nope. Without my caffeine rush on the way to school every day, I would probably never function as a person until at least 10:30. The other reason I am not a morning person is because mornings tend to screw me over. A lot. I don't know what I did to PSS off, the deity of 7:30 until 11, but I must have done something pretty insulting in order for situations like this to happen almost once or twice a week. Thud. Crash. God damn it. I yelled as I rolled off my bed, trapped in my duvet like an alcoholic is stuck in an AA meeting. I lied on the floor for a few moments, cursing whatever fat nerd kid in the sky cursed me with such a shitty wake-up call. The wake-up call being a weird feeling of being watched, like if the men in black were spying on you or something. As I untangled myself, I glanced at my watch to see how long I had until my alarm signaled that I needed to get ready for school. I sighed dramatically, then palmed my face. The chuffing alarm was supposed to go off 20 minutes ago. Ergo, I was going to be late for school. Again, I cursed the goddess which determined mornings in general. I also decided that I was going to need a proper alarm clock at some point. My little sister, Lily, chose now of all times to pop her head in through the door and helpfully tell me to get ready for school. "You're late again, school's in 10 minutes, I groggily looked up off at the floor. Lily was already in her school uniform. Several seconds passed. Wait a minute. 10 minutes. Sheet. 10 minutes. I know, bro. Lily rolled her eyes in a clearly superior way. As a big brother you should be setting a good example for your darling sister. Late for school. Tut tut tut. You could have, I don't know. Told me or so something. I could have, but then would you learn anything? Lily smirked in a teasing manner. I would have learnt that not all younger sisters are total beaches. I retorted. What? Shock horror. She put a hand to her mouth in a shocked, but sarcastic, way. Swearing now, dear brother. What a surprise. PSS off Lily. I responded as I shrugged on a loose long-sleeved school shirt, having freed myself from my sheets. I equipped myself with the accompanying blazer and tie. My tease of a sister pouted. Just for that I won't make you any toast. USCK. I sighed. Go to school. Hypocrite. SDST. Otaku. Not a god-med otaku. I just like anime and sheet, which was true. I might like anime but I was hardly an otaku. It was just one of those things I started to like watching after seeing Dragon Ball Z as a kid, when I didn't even associate it with Japan, alongside Pokemon and Digimon. The hobby grew in secondary school, as my friend James showed me some cool sheet like One Piece, Death Note, Bleach, Fullmetal Alchemist, all the good stuff. Okay then, nerd boy. I couldn't deny that one. I was a nerd. I was somewhat proud of the title. Us British nerds have a long and rich history, I am happy to take on the metaphorical mantle of a nerd. I would rather like video games and avoid sports like the plague than be one of those sports nuts who can only seem to talk in an odd dialect of grunts. Or as those wacky Americans call them, the jocks. Act like your little sister anime counterparts. At least they get their siblings up in the morning for school. That's an otaku sort of comment to make, Mark, pointed out Lily with a Cheshire cat-like smile. Not an otaka dash. School in 8 minutes. Interrupted our mum, from in the kitchen below. All I could think to say was, oh sheet. Language, scolded Lily in an affectionate way. Go away before I take my shorts off. Dot. She shut the door awkwardly, giving me a brief goodbye as she left to meet up with some of her friends. Lily was weird like that. I can't say we were the closest siblings out there, but I admit that I liked the occasional bit of witty banter between the two of us. Didn't make her any less of a sadistic pain in the arse though. I finished putting on my uniform, grabbed my well-worn school rucksack, then rushed downstairs hoping to get a bite to eat before I had to rush to school. I ran down the stairs. I glanced at my head watch. Still a minute or so until I reached the MTL. Maximum time to leave. James was the one to coin the term, for when the absolute time to leave the house before you would be later for school was needed. I dashed into the kitchen, nodded solemnly to Mum, then rooted through the cupboards. "You did it again. Didn't you?" pointed out my mum as she calmly sipped a cup of tea. "You could have called me down sooner, you know." "Nonsense. If I did, would you learn anything?" I sighed. Like mother, like daughter it seems. I pinched the last packet of Walkers, grabbed a can of Dr. Pepper, gave my mum an awkward hug, then dashed out the front door. Bye Mark. See you later Mum. I ran to catch up with James. I needed to buy some of his med lunch. Again. He makes a killing out of my messed up mornings. XXXXXXXXXX. I never introduced myself, did I? The name's Marcus Drake. Everyone calls me Mark. Pure Brit through and through. Sticks and stones, cup of tea, and all of that malarkey. 15 years old and the unofficial king of the nerds. I often joke that James is the queen, he denies it heavily. Brown hair, longish, just covers my eyes. Skinny, average build. I was not what one would call unhealthy, but people do often say that they could snap me like a twig. Most of these aren't even the bullies. Basically as weak as Magikarp. I'll show them though. Magikarps eventually become frigging Gyarados. All I have is my brain, and that's it. I was fine with that, brains kick, but in later life. School was pretty normal. Had my deaf form teacher Mr. Erner. Everyone calls him Mr. ERR. Get it? Yeah, crap joke, ain't it mate? Moving past the deafness, he was an alright bloke. He would often let us sit around and chat most form PRDS when we were supposed to be working. Come to think of it, this could have just been because he couldn't hear us chatting. Had double P.E after that. God help me. I told James in the boys' changing room. He replied with the punchline to our little repeated GG. Even God can't help improve your P.E grade. He was right. I failed spectacularly. As usual. Double I.T then. The one lesson I actually enjoy. I'm really good at it, if I may say such a humble comment. I often come back after school to do extra work. Mr. Parr was epic. He was like one of those anime-style old men, or like that dude from the Karate Kid, who know everything and are really wise. Except for the old part. He was only 25, which sort of shattered the image. That, and the fact that he was French. Yep, sort of shatters the wise old man image even further. Lunch was hell. All I need to mention is the flying taco. Need I say any more? I don't care what you tell me, tacos should be up there on the list of banned weapons, along with the atomic bomb, chemical weaponry, and the feared blue shell. PRD 5 went by quickly. Science always does. Mr. Johnson, my other favorite teacher, was in all respects, a mad scientist. He spends lessons doing experiments, making things explode and turning lab coats into a fashion statement. All he needs to do now is shout out his name overly loud like, Huin Kyuma, and hook up a phone to a microwave. Steins Gate reference to those who have not seen its awesomeness. On the way back from school things went, as the Brits say, melon side up. I was walking home with James, as per my common schedule. Later on I would remember that one moment perfectly. The two of us together, side by side, one Dr. Pepper each, grasped lightly in hand, walking slowly along the high street. Just enjoying the walk, as it were. James made some sort of a joke. I laughed. I don't remember what it was about though. I waved goodbye. I had to cross the road. This street corner was where the two of us would go our separate ways due to our varied housing locations. I stepped off the curb and walked across the road. James called out to me. I turned to glance back at one of my only friends. He had a weird look on his face. That one moment then occurred. The sun on my shoulders, my friend's voice calling out some inaudible words, the nearly empty street, the corner shop bell ringing as someone entered it, the taste of Dr. Pepper in my mouth, the bottle falling from my left hand, a large Tesco lorry out of the corner of my eye, the driver bobbing his head to an unknown rhythm, headphones on, eyes off the road, the feel of the bag on my back, momentary disorientation. I stepped forwards, and then the world seemed to blink. 1 minute I was in a busy street walking home from school and the next, poof. I was somewhere else. No magic portal, no flash of light. Nothing. I simply seemed to step out of the nothing into a Japanese-style village which looked vaguely familiar. I knew this because there were those houses that the Japanese have and there were some people dressed in those. What are they called, those robes? I know this. Oh yeah. Kimonos. That's what they were. I took a few more steps forwards before I noticed my surroundings properly. I blinked. Once. Twice. Thrice. Then I did the normal thing and panicked. What the literal fuck? A voice in the back of my head then made himself known, only making the situation I found myself in even more surreal. Calm down. Keep calm and use that head of yours, it said matter-of-factly. I can't just do that. I need to know what happened. I protested, temporarily ignoring the insanity associated with conversing with oneself. Calm down. Just ask those people over there, the voice was getting annoyed. Fine. I snapped. Geez, I thought. Things must be bad if I'm having an argument with myself. And losing. It's bad enough to do the talking, then lose. Walking up to those people from earlier I said, hey. Do you know where I am? There were 3 people. They all looked like they were merchants or something, I could tell because of the state of their clothing, even if they seemed very old-fashioned, almost medieval but with an Eastern sort of twist to it. They stalls of some sort, which also gave the game away. An old man, who had a stall selling cabbages, seemed to stand out. You're in the Rukon district, East 32, he said harshly. Must be a foreigner, or a new arrival. The name sounded familiar. Where had I heard it from? Perhaps if I figured out where I could magically teleported to, I could figure out how to do it and leave this place. We were having meatballs for dinner after all. I would be mad if I missed my meatballs. Use your head. Try to remember. Shut up voice in the back of my head. Don't make me learn to ignore myself. I wasn't joking. If I could figure out how to play 2-player Yu-Gi-Oh with only myself, I took turns, then I could sure as hell learn to ignore my bouts of irrationality. The man laughed. Probably due to my confused expression. You must be new here. A completely fresh soul. The Reapers must have not explained it to you. Now I was getting said. Reapers. Why does this seem familiar? Wait a moment. Reapers? Am I dead or something? I don't care if he is new. He is not getting any free cabbages, snapped Cabbage Man. Who said I want your cabbages? I retorted. Cabbages SCK. They're green and taste like dog sick. That's it. Now I'm charging you double for them. I don't want any bloody cabbages. The next thing I know, I'm having a lengthy debate with an old man about the price of cabbages and the state of the economy, which I happen to know nothing of course. I bullshitted half of my arguments, so it was satisfying to see the annoying Cabbage Man losing the battle of sharp tongues and keen intellect. You hardly possess keen intellect, pointed out my common sense. I chose to ignore it him. Our argument was broken up by an overly aggressive roar, the sort of roar associated with a lion, a tiger, or a Justin Bieber fangirl who misses a big gig. Ruahair. I turn round quickly and see a huge monster, creature. Thing. The merchants quickly run away shouting, "Gaah! Hollow attack!" The old man however was bellowing, "My cabbages," as he ran away like a deech. I for one was rooted to the spot as I looked at this huge monster with large hammer-shaped arms and a bone-like mask. Dark skin, the color of midnight, coupled with the way it clung to the thing's form gave the impression of liquid midnight coating a bleached skeleton. All the clues slipped together. I felt like a mixture of Professor Layton and a certain spiky-haired ace attorney. "Wow, I am an idiot," I said to myself, not expecting a reply but getting one. "Yep. Was a bit thick." "Shut it you." I replied sharply. The clues all came together. Rukon District, Reapers, Hollow Attacks. It was like a badly written fanfic or something. As I stared at the hollow, both me and my inner voice said together, "OH sheet. OH sheet. Yep. Life SCKS sometimes. It chucks lemons at your face then expects you to make Seireitei." In this instance, the lemons were the size of frigging bowling ball. And yes, I realized that the previous analogy made little to no sense, but I was a bit preoccupied with cursing all the deities in existence. God, Allah, Buddha dude, Muhammad, all these guys received a serious round of swear words. The reason for my annoyance was obvious. I wasn't just in something like a bad fanfic, but I really was in a badly written fanfic. The whole scenario reeked of bullshit in the wind. Only a moron would write something like, "Guy is magically summoned to the land of Bleach then immediately put into a battle with a hollow." It was just bad writing on the author's part. Finding myself in those very same circumstances as what I just described, I determined that God must be running out of ideas or something. Seriously. This thing was an actual hollow. Seriously. Am I that unlucky? Wow, I'm in the world of Bleach. Home of the amazing Shinigami. Do I get it easy and appear in Karakura town so I can team up with Ichigo and the gang and learn to use some super cool power? No. I get to appear in the bloody Rukon district, middle of bloody nowhere, with no actual training, no bloody weapon, up against a bloody hollow, with no bloody help. I did the only thing a mighty hero could do in this situation. I got the hell out of Dodge. I ran in the direction the cabbage guy went. I ran and I ran and I ran and I ran, then I panted for a few moments, and then I ran like a sissy. The hollow roared and gave chase. I caught up with the others. One of them shouted, "New guy." I looked at the merchant who told me where I was. He had gray hair and a mustache. He looked about middle-aged. Though in Soul Society you can't really tell someone's age. He said again, "New guy. What is it? Running for my life over here." I snapped back, already feeling the effects of such strenuous running due to my low physical power all round. "There's a safe place nearby where the locals gather in the case of attacks like this," he yelled, as we fled from the surprisingly fast beast, whom I expected to be slower due to its size. Relief flooded through me. Safety. I may survive to troll another day. Where? I practically shouted. I shouldn't have done that. The hollow locked on to my voice. He charged at me. Yarrg. We scattered. We were at a crossroad. The cabbage gut went straight ahead, the merchants left, and I went right. The hollow chose the right path. Just my bloody luck. I kept running. Desperation and adrenaline gave me extra strength. My annoying inner voice offered some helpful encouragement. "Come on, Mark. You can do it. Imagine guy from Naruto was after you." The thought of that guy after me gave me the extra determination I needed to keep running, despite the fact that I was sweating like a fat guy in a sauna. I don't know how long I kept running. It was hard to tell. Finally I had left the Japanese-style town and was at its edge. My stamina finally ran out and I wheezed to a stop, panting heavily. Curse you, lack of adequate P.E teachers, and Doritos for being so tasty. I should really work out or something, I told myself. Yes, you should. I scowled. No one asked for your opinion. Well, sorry for telling the truth to a guy. You can laugh, but the chances are you are just as unfit as me. If you're a figment of my imagination, I probably made you weaker than myself just to give myself an ego boost. Hopefully I had put enough distance between me and the hollow to make it give up and go on to easier prey. It was tight of me to think so, but hell, I wanted to live. Perhaps it's gone away now. I muttered. I shouldn't have said anything. I just jinxed myself phenomenally. The hollow came staggering up the road I was following, not even slightly tired. Just my luck. I took a few seconds to catch my breath before I started running again when my inner voice interrupted my thought process. What do you think you're doing? Legging it. If you keep running, nothing will happen. You will just get tired, and the hollow will eventually have your soul for breakfast. It's closer to dinner time actually. Not the point. Nothing will change if this continues. No Reaper is coming to your rescue. You need to save yourself, or things will never change. You will stay weak and helpless forever. Good argument my subconscious was giving me. It would be nice to become strong enough to stick up for myself. What do you suggest then if you are so clever? Fight it. He said calmly. Impossible. I have no superpower, no legendary weapons, no super secret hidden bloodline, no limit break, not even basic fighting skills. How can I kill something like that? I looked at the hollow, scrutinizing it for weaknesses. I can't kill that. The voice paused for a moment. You are stronger than you think. What? You are stronger than you think. Focus on a black circle directly above you. Imagine jumping through this circle in your mind's eye. This is a technique to focus spiritual energy. Hell. Why not? Let's listen to the voice in our heads, nothing ever goes wrong from listening to them. I imagine jumping through this circle. I imagine putting all my being into imagining this one tiny circle. Now slash your arm down slowly, while focusing like this. Something interesting might happen. Wink wink, nudge nudge. I did just that. My eyes were still closed as the hollow stomped towards me, which I tried to ignore. I simply focused on my hand, while imagining this circle. Then my hand started to tingle. I slashed it down slowly. Nothing happened. No huge shock waves, no lasers, no fireballs, nothing. I opened my eyes in disappointment, then saw something amazing. In my left hand I held a sword. Happy you listened to me, aren't you? It spoke smugly. I could practically sense it wallowing in its own smugness. And yes, I was glad. The sword was a plain katana, with a 24-inch long blade. The color of the metal itself was a pale gray, the sort of color which reminds me of cloudy days in the autumn. The edge of the slightly curved blade was traced black, giving the sword the vague look that it had been dipped in liquid darkness. The handle was also cool. It was black, no hand guard to protect my hand, just a foot of metal. The grip had a dark blue crisscrossing pattern covering its surface, even an amateur like me could instinctively tell that this was to make gripping it easier. I held it loosely, looking at it appreciatively. As a lover of swords which fire lasers, fire, ice, concepts and all manner of other shit, this was still pretty DMN good. Sharp, deadly, killer, and it was all mine. MWA ha 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 ha. Best early birthday present ever. What dude doesn't want something sharp and dangerous to hold? Maybe now I could kill this monster in front of me. I held the blade in front of me with both hands for more power. As the creature finally reached me in its charge, my sword moved like an extension of myself. I sliced upwards, cutting into the fist, smashing forwards towards me. Blood sprayed everywhere and the hollow screeched. I continued pushing with my blade, keeping the fist just out of reach. Not so hard are you now, who has the killer weapon now? I finished my slash, sending another spray of blood upwards as 2 fingers fell towards the ground. Obviously not mine. I performed another quick slash, successfully cutting the first fist off. I was doing it. I could win. The second fist slammed forwards, I leapt sideways, dodging the attack. Doing a quick, epic roll, which I was sure I would be really proud of later and be unable to reproduce when asked, I rolled behind the hollow's bulky body, and cut off the second arm at its elbow. Yaya Fark. The beast bellowed completely defenseless. He swung round to see his assailant. I pointed my sword forwards. Don't mess with a nerd with a sword. I moved forwards. Stabbing through its mask, killing the bloody beast. Its body seemed to disappear into particles of shadow as my blade left its body. The sound of clapping rang out through the silence left after I killed it. Clap, clap, clap. A woman in those black robes Shinigami wear, forgot the name, walked out from one of the side alleyways saying, "Wow. It's been a while since I've seen someone do something like that. I have never seen a normal soul pull out a Zanpakuto before and kill a hollow before. You are a natural." She promptly walked forwards towards me. I could now see her fully. She had long and wavy blonde hair, blue eyes, full lips and a curvaceous body. The most noticeable thing about her though, were her massive melons. Seriously, those things were gigantic. Bloody hell, they probably knocked people over in the streets and had their own gravitational field. Well done. What, was all I could reply to this big melonsed character. Seriously, a Shinigami was here the entire bloody time. Sorry for not helping. I was gonna, but then I saw you pull out that sword. It was too interesting not to see what happened. I was seriously said now. I won annoyed before, but now I was willing to kill. I did all that for nothing. I could have just played the defenseless victim and been rescued. I blame you. I told my inner voice. He remained guiltily silent. Off we go then, said the woman. She grabbed me and started to drag me off towards the forest. I struggled loose. What the bloody hell do you mean, off we go? She shrugged, just as I said off we go. I am taking you to the Seireitei. My captain will be really interested in this. Well, this is Bleach. I was planning on visiting the Seireitei eventually. Who are you? Me, I'm the lieutenant of Squad 10, Ranjaku Matsumoto. So here I am, apparently in the world of Bleach, traveling with the bustiest anime character in existence. Why the hell not? After introducing herself, she went on to explain about the Seireitei and Soul Society, briefly explaining all the normal stuff that a Soul Reaper normally tells a soul. I already most of what she said, although I obviously couldn't say anything. To be honest, I was still a bit overwhelmed at the whole, falling into Bleach somehow, thing, and had no wishes to share it with anyone else. She then insisted I went with her to see her captain, aka, the midget whom we all love and like, and shout, kawaii, at. Obviously not myself, obviously. I detest yaoi with a passion. I blame the Sasuke x Naruto fandom for this little pet peeve. I agreed with Ranjaku, after all, who am I to tell a pretty woman no? The melons helps a lot, it's like they're a hypnosis keto all on their own, without any need to chant in order to inflict brain control on a foe. We then shunpoed for a little while. By we, I mean of course her, but with me hanging on to her for dear life so that I don't become a bloodstain on the Rukon roads, while trying not to fall off or touch her inappropriately. Which in itself is a nearly impossible task. After about an hour of me hanging onto her, my inner voice said, "Enjoy it. God knows this is the closest thing you're ever going to get to SEC." I immediately told myself to get stuffed. 1 hour here and I am already insulting myself, no wonder Aizen went so mad. I told my little annoying voice. We finally reached our destination, the Great Wall of of the Seireitei. I collapsed onto the floor, enjoying an actual surface to lay on. Floor, sweet floor. I told it as I rubbed my face against it in a totally not weird way. I shall never forget the rigidity which your awesomeness provides. Ranjaku kicked me lightly. Come on, she said as I stood back up. We're finally here. Behold, the entrance to the Seireitei. I shrugged. It was impressive for a backwards Edo era like Japanese continent like Seoul society, but the truth was it's not all that impressive in comparison to most of the stuff all of us and super-powered people have done. Case point, the pyramids, the Empire State's building and all the other wonders of the world. Humanity won, Seoul society either way, I could still compliment the size of the huge wall. Put it this way, it was a really large wall. Plain white and smooth, it seemed to be curved slightly, probably bending round to make a huge circular shield to the denizens of awesome and weaponry. I could not see above the wall, as I said, it was really tall. No sheet Sherlock, blurted out Mr. Know-It-All in my head. I was really getting on my nerves. How come I'm never as witty as the voice in the back of my head? There was also a huge gate interlocked amongst the wall. It looked vaguely Japanese, and the top was at the peak of the wall. Like the gate Ichigo went through in the anime, it demanded respect. I can't really remember what the other one looked like, but this one had a color scheme of blue. Light blue with intricate spiral designs on it in a darker tint of navy, giving an impression of wavy waves and spiraling whirlpools. I walked a few steps towards it, to get a better look when I heard a battle cry from above. Rara af. I looked up and could have sworn that I did an anime-style sweat drop. A huge bulky body was free-falling towards me, apparently having just jumped from the top of the wall. How did I not notice him before? Is he Kellum from Fire Emblem or something? This person was gigantic, a bloody titan of a man. I ran back a bit and turned round to see the giant land, cracking the earth in the process. Who dares try to enter the gate without permission? Or a bribe? A nice, sugar-coated delicious bribe. Preferably chocolates. I sweat dropped again. Chocolates? Seriously? Could Mr. Flamin' Wonka just stroll up to the gate and bribe his way in with some marshmallow delight? Yes, chocolates. Do you have any? Well, of course I have chocolates. I said with just a hint of being patronizing. Good. Hand it over then. I wish I could, but it seems that I don't have any. But you said you had chocolates. Oh. Well then. I lied. I shrugged, not realizing the effect my words were having on the large man. You die then, intruder. The giant grabbed an axe off his back and swung down hard. I rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. I mentally patted myself on the back. That one roll would probably be the highlight of my career, since I would more than likely never accomplish such an event ever again. Ever. I looked at the giant in more detail. He was bare-chested, with 6 packs, 12 packs, and probably 24 packs if they existed. He wore the hakama on his legs, like most Soul Reapers did, thankfully. If not, I would probably have mental scarring of the highest order. I agree. He had a wild look in his strangely orange eyes, reminiscent of a predator who had found an injured prey, ready to pounce. The shaggy black hair, on his chest, his face, and on his chin didn't help his Tarzanic appearance either. The giant bellowed, "Face me. I am Kaiwan, defender of the Blue Stream Gate." He lifted his axe again. Bloody hell, it was as large as he is. While I remembered that gatekeeper Ichigo fought had 2 axes, this guy only had 1, but it was thrice the size and twice as deadly. Its handle was a cylinder of white metal the size of a tree trunk, while the blade looked like 2 half-moons. The axe was basically a bloody big battle axe. Nice alliteration. Not the time. I mentally reprimanded. Nonsense. There is always time for humor in inappropriate situations. Swing. Down plummeted the sharp and deadly instrument of death. I dashed to the side, anxious to not get cut in half. I concentrated in my left hand again, doing that funny circle thing I did before, which I was now certain was that thing Gangu had told Ichigo about back in the anime at some point, to summon my cool katana. Time to do a preemptive attack, mother frigger. Swinging, I cut his leg, missing my original target completely. But nay, hitting anything is better than hitting nothing. Stop, cried Ranjaku as she suddenly appeared in front of us using Shuinpa, eager to end out conflict. Stop this, Kaiwan. He has my permission to go in. Great, said my voice sarcastically, now she helps out. I silently agreed. It seems that Ranjaku is my Rukia, basically she sits around being useless. The comparison in uselessness led me to realize that Ranjaku's only role seemed to be walking fan service. She did her job well then, it's not her fault the Japs are obsessed with big melons. Excuse me while I giggle like a 10-year-old. Hee 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 hee. Boobies. No, bellowed Kaiwan, obviously one of the gatekeepers, since he introduced himself and all that. My best guess was that he was one of the three that never showed up in the anime, the ones who defended the other gates. He did not get me chocolates. He cut me. The chocolates were especially unforgivable. We fight. To the death, he roared like an ape and fisted his chest, reminding me of a certain monkey called Kong. Or until someone feeds him sugar frenzy. I commented. Oops, just remembered I was in a fight. Kaiwan swung horizontally, intending to cut us both in two. Ranjaku jumped over, I was not as lucky since I was not quick enough to dodge. Instead, I stabbed my sword into the ground and braced myself for impact. Concentrate your energy on your blade, cried my voice urgently. Well, why not? If I was going to be insane I should listen to the voices in my head with style and go all out when I get cut in two with a giant axe. Jump in the circle. I thought. Come on. Circle jump. Circle jump. Jump in the circle. Kill you all. Jump in the circle. I concentrated into my blade. I felt some mental strain, but I sensed that something was going into my blade, reinforcing it. I guessed it was spiritual energy or something along those lines. The axe finished its arc, hitting the blade with a large thud. Me and my sword were pushed for a few meters, nearly tripped up in the process, throughout which I barely managed to remain standing, before his axe eventually pushed me to a stop. I did it. I somehow blocked this big butt attack. Admittedly, the next big butt attack would probably be vertical, so will only press me into glop on the floor, but hey, confidence. Surprisingly, the gatekeeper collapsed onto one knee. Either my awesomeness is so grand it kills without me even realizing, which is very unrealistic, or Ranjaku had Shunpo'd behind him, and cut him deeply with her Zanpakuto. Stop, Kaiwan. You can't fight anymore. Listen. She urged. Following this, Ranjaku told her story of how she found me and was going to take me to her captain. That white-haired midget. Prompted my subconsciousness. Wow. Thanks for the reminder. I'm sure Toshiro is so forgettable that I can't even remember one of the better characters in Bleach. Thank you so much. That hurt, you know. I don't care. My ego can go screw itself. By the way, said ego is you. Accepting the story with a shrug, the giant clambered up again. Fine, he shouted, apparently sulking. I will open the gate. Just this once, open it he did, in a very dramatic fashion at that. Struggling valiantly, barely managing the Herculean effort of pulling the entire gate up, he finally after much hardship rested it upon his shoulder. Cue Middle-Earthian roar of awesomeness, for an event which was not up there with Aragon epicness, which is in a whole league of its own. Sorta like Chuck Norris, only less potent. Where was I? Oh yeah, Ranjaku walking through the opening shouting, I'll send someone from the 4th squad to heal you up. before motioning for me to follow. I had to nearly jog to keep up with her though. She might have been melons on legs, but those melons moved fast. Before shutting the gate, Kaiwan looked at me and said in his overly loud voice, "Kid. Nice work. You blocked a giant's attack. You must be skilled." His compliment made my ego shoot up a few levels, up until my mind supplied me with the memory of how me living up until now was a fluke. "Kid. Get strong, then come back and face me again. One of the gatekeepers will happily accept your challenge." He smiled at me, obviously liking my guts, before the gate fell with a slam. I may just take him up on his offer someday, I thought. Only if you want to die. My good mood vanished. XXXXXXXXXX. After 5 minutes of walking quietly through the more urbanist area known as the Seireitei, Ranjaku suddenly apologized. "I am sorry about that." She did look sorry. I should have stopped him before the fight broke out. Seeking to cheer her up, I replied, "Doesn't matter. Things turned out okay in the end." Seemingly satisfied with my answer, she shut up. Some women were easy to please, it seems. If only my mum and sister were so easily satisfied, then my life would have been much simpler. I looked round at my surroundings. The Seireitei was really impressive. White Japanese buildings. Clean paved roads, shops, offices, and lots of walls. Seireitei was a maze, a labyrinth, basically a bloody mess with no road signs or "you are here" maps. Still impressive. It's amazing how this place has remained unconquered for over 1,000 years. I chalked it up to the League of Evil already having plans made for a few centuries and to head Captain Yamamoto's general badassness. Ranjaku stopped suddenly. I nearly tripped up due to traveling so quickly to keep up with her. "Why have we stopped?" I inquired. She sighed. "We need to Shunpa the rest of the way." "Well sheet, I hate having to get a piggyback off a women, it's very unmasculine." "Come on Mark." She threw her chest forward suggestively. "If you don't, we'll have to walk for the next hour or so," she exaggerated. "Even with the 10th Squad's barracks quite close by, it'll still be a pain." "Sure, I like that plan. I needed more exercise anyway," I countered. My manly pride denounced the idea of having another piggyback. She threw her chest forwards even more. "If you shut up and do it, I'll ride on you later." I sniggered. She saw what her comment apparently insinuated. "Come on. I meant on your back." I tutade, using my years of experience of having had it used against me by Lily to do it with such emphasis. "Why don't we Shunpa quickly, then agree never to bring up either the upcoming incident, or the earlier one?" I suggested, eager to have any word of my apparent unmanliness annihilated. "Fine." She bent down to her knees. "Get on." I settled myself to having to get another ride. This time it was a short ride. Only 5 minutes or so. We stopped outside a large building, which had a large picture of a daffodil on it, next to a sliding door. Noticing my look, Ranjaku said, "Oh that's the symbol of our division, Squad 10. It means mystery or egoism or some other boring thing captain's always talking about. Squad 10 eh? If I remember canon correctly, Snow Brain leads it." Ranjaku pushed open the door. We were in the reception hall or something. A woman at a desk nodded to Ranjaku and made the universal gesture of "carry on hollow hunting." The busty women led me through the division, pointing things out like the kitchen. "Oh. We have a really cool chef. He makes a mean risotto." The mess hall, Our lunchroom SCKS in comparison to the 6th Squad's. Muttering stuck-up little BSTRDS. The very sweet training hall, outfitted with all the best stuff. We're only second to 11th Squad and the 7th in this area, the Keto shooting range and other interesting things not mentioned or shown in the anime. Ranjaku went into a room with a large couch, or as us Brits say, a sofa. Sofa sounds cooler by the way, screw what you Americans think. ptttth. Next they'll expect me to call the pavement, the sidewalk, or something. A large pile of paperwork was laying next to the sofa, not even on a desk or a table or anything. Just a pile of paperwork stretching into the heavens. No wonder Toshiro is always so grouchy. Ranjaku seems to really suck at her job. I call that it's all chesticles paperwork. That's hardly a fair bet. So. It means I win anyway. Oh, that's my work, fancy helping out. Cheerfully suggested the busty woman. I sweat dropped, choosing not to answer that question, fearing I may actually have to do it. The irony is that I would probably be better at doing it than her. We reached our destination after much navigation through the tangled corridors and paths, a door with a sign on it reading, Captain Hitsujiya. Ranjaku knocked, then spoke loudly to me. Hope you're ready to meet a captain, kid. I shrugged, choosing to say nothing. In response, she opened the door in an increasingly dramatic fashion. Ranjaku opened the door and gestured for me to go in. I shrugged, then followed all our favorite piece of fanservice's advice. The office itself was quite spacious, not exactly large but it wasn't small. It could easily fit a dozen people in it without anyone feeling cramped. Surrounding me were lots and lots of books. So many bookshelves took up most wall space in the room, giving the impression that their own was an intelligent man, small snigger, with the many bulky tomes only furthering this image. I turned back to the center, where a midget was sat at a desk. When in the presence of a guy who can summon dragons made of ice, you would think that he would be a bit more impressive in person. Impressive? Another little snigger, alas, he could not quite command my respect. Seriously, this is probably a bit unfair, but bloody hell, he was small. Hell. My little sister was taller than him. Then again, from the scowl he was giving me, I should probably stop silently mocking him. This was because of one simple thing. The smaller you are, the easier it is to knee someone in the groin. I just got phantom pain. As did I. Hey Captain. Sing-songed Ranjaku as she strolled through the door, slamming it ominously. She brushed a strand of hair out her face and continued. Do you remember how I paged you about a particularly promising soul appearing in the Rukon district, who managed to take on a hollow on his own? Hitsujiya sighed. Putting the papers he was looking at down on his overcrowded desk and standing up. Admittedly he wasn't much taller, but every little helps. Toshiro pushed some white hair out of his face, reminding me he was not only a midget but also had old man's hair. Twice as much reason to silently snigger. Now is not the time, reminded my inner voice, despite he himself suppressing a snigger of his own. Yes Ranjaku, I remember. How could I not? You practically sung a sonnet full of crap about some sort of new soul. He spoke sarcastically with a scowl on his face, reminding me that all work and no play makes no midget a pain in the butt. Thanks. I added, an eye roll of my own accompanying it. Look. It really was impressive. Protested the busty reaper. Let me guess, began Toshiro while he rubbed his forehead tiredly. Just as important as all that paperwork you handed me saying, oh, I was doing something important, as important as the constant Friday night booze-ups in the office. Speaking of which, that sick puddle still has not been cleared up, where was I? Oh yeah. As important as diverting half our squad's funding to help pay for a hot tub for you to sneak off to at the Kachiki residence, as important as spiking the punch at the senior captain and lieutenant's ball, as important as. And so it went on, you can sorta get the picture. I had the feeling this rant would go on for a while, so I sat down on the spare seat in front of his desk and waited. 20 minutes later and the rant finally finished. And I don't even want to know how that monkey ended up in the bathroom. What could possibly be so important that you had to drag him to me while I was doing all the paperwork you helpfully left for me? Ranjaku looked like she had been waiting to talk for a while now. He manifested a Zanpakuto on his own, killed a hollow, took on Kaiwan of the gatekeepers and managed to not only block his attack but also inflicted a wound on him. This is nearly unheard of for someone who is supposed to be so fundamentally weak. He is a normal soul, just feel his spiritual pressure. Practically nil, hell, straight from the world of the living by the look of his clothes. He managed to summon his own Zanpakuto, did I mention that before? Well yes, that is a very big deal. He did all this without any assistance and then fought a battle even a third seat would have trouble with. I demand that he be enrolled in the Shino Academy. Surely his achievements in the short time he has been in Soul Society is important enough to bother you. Hitsujiya looked surprised at this new information about the gatekeeper. Seriously? Yep. Replied Ranjaku. He got Kaiwan pretty hard. If you had not interfered, could he have beaten Kaiwan? Ranjaku bit her lip and twiddled her thumbs for a few moments before speaking. Perhaps. He might have been able to get a draw if he continued to agilely dodge his strikes, then wear him down. Hitsujiya looked troubled by this piece of news. He stared out the window behind him before looking to me and asking, "You?" I snapped to attention. "What is your name? What is your quest?" I ignored him, instead pondering the important stuff. Quick. I thought, wondering if I should give him my proper name. After a few moments I decided that if I was in the Bleach universe I should create a new identity for myself, just in case there was another Marcus Drake in this world. Not only that, a name has power. In the past Marcus Drake has been the name I have used and accepted, and with it comes my title of Super Nerd, as well as all the other little things associated with myself. Skinny. Bony. Weak. A nerd. That smart little tosser in the corner who likes anime. Don't get me wrong, anime is my life at times, but I do sometimes wish that I had been given the chance to reinvent myself. Do I really want to be that nerd in a place like this? I still don't even know what is going on. My name is Marcus D. Solis. I finally said, having chosen a name I could happily live with for as long as I remained in the Seireitei. I chose it for a few reasons. 1. It had my first name already part of it, I would probably accidentally forget my new name. 2. There was a D in there, so I could pay homage to my great love for One Piece and hopefully receive a little bit of that famed luck which makes Monkey D. Luffy so invincible. It also stood for Drake. 3. I chose Solis as my surname because not only does it sound cool, but it is also the username I use when on MMORPGs. Marcus D. Solis? Inquired Hitsujiya, rolling the foreign name, to him, around on his tongue. Yeah, it's British. By the way, just call me Mark. Interesting. Midget continued to ponder, his great intellect suitably interested. When and how did you die? Was the next question, which required big answers. Another important choice. Prompted my inner voice. He was right. If I told Toshiro the truth I would be locked up in the Shinigami loony bin, simply because no one would ever believe me. I concluded that even if I gave the captain details of my life at home, hoping that all the places I mentioned would exist in this world, they might look it up and discover I was lying, or find another mark, which would open up a whole new can of worms to deal with. Thus, option 3 is the most prudent. Lie of my butt and play the amnesic anime RPG protagonist card. Heh heh heh. I am so smart. Actually, I don't really know. I remember my name and my nationality, but everything else is a blank, just hazy. Under their gaze I added, I mean, I can understand you all perfectly, and I'm pretty sure that if you asked me I would know things about the world of the living. Like, you could ask about the pyramids and I could give you facts and figures about it, but I would most likely be unable to tell you if I had been there myself or not. The only mystery is myself. Heh heh heh. I added a nervous laugh just to complete my speech. They will never fall for this. O ye of little faith. Isekai'd. That will be a problem. Pondered Hitsujiya. What do you know, he fell for it hook, line and sinker. I gave my subconscious a patronizing mental look, before rolling my metaphorical eyes and listening in again to the current conversation. Ranjaku had pulled Hitsujiya close to her and was frantically whispering his ear. He in turn spoke back equally quietly, as they contemplated my fate. Like the polite Brit that I am, I waited for them to finish. Eventually, their discussion ended, with Ranjaku having apparently won it. The miniature captain looked at me, while Ranjaku elbowed him encouragingly. Sigh. He sighed. Fine. I myself would happily send you off to the 12th squad, but Ranjaku seems to have a little soft spot for you, and unless I want her next party to be a repeat of the tiger in the toilet incident, I'll have to ask you this. The diminutive man cleared his throat dramatically. Marcus D. Solis. How would you like to become a Shinigami? I blinked, while my mouth hung open like a goldfish. I wanted to become a Shinigami, don't get me wrong, it would suck to be in Bleach if I couldn't take part in any of the stuff. Similarly, if I wanted to find out what happened to bring me here, I would need to follow the plot. I just didn't think it would be this easy. Sure. I squeaked eagerly, only to realize I looked like an idiot, so I repeated myself more masculinely. Sure. I offered up a nonchalant shrug. Ha 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 No one suspected anything. Great! Shouted Chesticles, pulling me into a tight hug, right into her two giant. Ahem, melons. So are blimey. Sweet Jesus, mother flippin' Mary, holy friggin' Gandhi, Geronimo, kawaii, mother flipping sandwich. I could feel myself dying of asphyxiation, but it was totally worth it. Eventually, Ranjaku let go of me and I slumped to the floor. Ah! Floor! I cried to it, hugging it tight. Yet again I have never been happier to dwell on your surface. I had the feeling this would continue to happen regularly whenever I saw Ranjaku, as an inside joke or something. Floor! You're like the ceiling of reverse upside down world. Is he normally like that? Questioned Hitsujiya dryly. Maybe. He sort of did this earlier after I high-speed shunpoed. Oh well. There are worse personality quirks out there. At least he isn't a second you. That would be terrible. Oh Floor. Take me away. Yep. Take him away. Commanded the captain. Now he's starting to freak me out, just a bit. Onwards. Commanded Ranjaku imperatively. To the headmaster's room. Tell the old fool that I said to put Mark straight into class 1 in year, I'm sure he can handle it, and if not, get him a DMN tutor. Now go. He gave a casual wave before promptly sitting down. Hey! I demanded. Don't just dismiss me like that. I was interrupted by Ranjaku promptly dragging me out the office. XXXXXXXXXXX. An hour later I found myself at the Shino Academy, a series of large white Japanese buildings in which the Shinigami, Kido Corp and Stealth Force are all trained to run, spell cast, and generally kill things. Save for Squad 4, whom just sort of reverse kill people, so aren't generally well liked amongst those of more violent tendencies, aka the 99% of people that I am now seemingly a part of. Ranjaku led me down multiple corridors, which seemed to follow no pattern whatsoever. I'm not sure if all old buildings are like this because their creators think it's mysterious to have so many different passageways, which often lead to dead ends, or not. All I cared about was that without Ranjaku there guiding me, I would have been lost. As we strolled down another long corridor, I looked through a few windows into some classrooms. In one, students were having a kendo match, in another, there was a lecture on hollow anatomy, some students were practicing incantations in another. There was also a firing range like the one in the 10th squad, where some students were firing fireballs at the targets. Fireballs, I told myself. Fireballs in an anime, go figure. Can they be any more cliché? I myself think lightning and lasers are more classy. Hardly any less cliché than fireballs. I retorted. Inner voice remained quiet, before ending our mini-conversation with touché. Eventually, we arrived in front of a large door saying, Headmaster's office, similarly to Kaiwan's door, it was unusually large. Like, really large. A tall basketball player could stroll through and not touch the ceiling if he stood up, that sort of tall. He is probably compensating for something. I held back a snigger. Ranjaku stopped. Just a few things before we go in. 1. Don't interrupt him. 2. You will learn the full details of the course later on, just understand that it is a 6-year course and the captain wants you to skip to the 3rd year. My mouth hung open vacantly. 3. Be polite. Finally, do your tie up, it looks disgraceful. She said this with a look of dread on her face. Best not to ask why it is best to have your uniform correct, it was most likely a long and complex tale, filled with plenty of blackmail material. I fixed my tie. You have to knock on your own. Captain sent word ahead of us, so he should be ready for you. She turned to leave, glancing back at me briefly to offer some final words of wisdom. Relax. You'll be fine. When you graduate, remember, you can always head on over to Squad 10, we'd love to have you there. Captain seemed to really like you. If that's him liking me, I'd hate to see how he treats those whom he doesn't like. Nag. She shrugged off my doubts. He's a little softy on the inside. Hitsugia plus softy. Doesn't really match. Well. See you around. Yeah. I'll see you later. Ranjaku shunpoed off, leaving me all alone in front of the serious breach of big-headed policies. Mark my words, half of the office is empty space, not even needing to be as large as it is. I just have stood there and looked at the thing. I can't say that I have had the best experience of schools, so it is natural that such an intimidating door would startle me temporarily. Either way, even if this is a dream or a stupid prank, or if it real or not, I still need to advance. The only onwards, is forwards. Thus, I pushed open the door to the office, hoping to God it would be a Dumbledore whom I meet and not a Snape. I never really had good experiences with head teachers. Hell, I bloody hated them. I am sure this sounds a bit harsh, but bloomin' heck, they deserve this grim representation. They sit in their poxy offices all day miming, they always keep you waiting 15 minutes to make themselves look busy and important, it does neither, just shows unpunctuality, they always blame the wrong people, always act like they know you, which they don't, and always seem to be missing some hair. This is not an over-exaggeration, they do, not just the bald part. I should know, I have seen a lot of head teachers in my time. They were all about as useful at their jobs as a bucket with 4 holes in it trying to bail out a bathtub-sized, sinking ship, in the Bermuda Triangle while it was hosting the monthly Fat Guys Association meeting. This prior knowledge of head teachers was collected through the multiple times I had been sent to the head's office for others' crimes. I have always been weak and as such was basically a walking target for blame. Anyone about to be caught just dumps the crime onto me. It does not matter how long the interrogating teacher has known me, it does not make a difference how high my grades are, and the simple point of evidence just seems to not mean a thing. Distributing cigarettes I did not own, hitting boys I haven't met, stealing things which I do not have, apparently I did it all. I cannot blame the teachers, they only based their actions on what the majority said. How were they to know about all their bullshitting? The kids were only doing what everyone else did. But the head? No chance. He could have asked questions, heard the full story, or done something. He did nothing. No matter how many times it happened, my punishments continued. The next 2 heads at my school were just as bad. This previous treatment meant that I was not confident about how this meeting would turn out. XXXXXXXXXX. Now I forced myself out of my flashback, back to the overly large door I just went through. I was honestly surprised at the tidiness. Stop being generous. In all honesty, the place was a dump. All locations in the large office were covered in books and paper of some amount. The walls had large roof-sized bookshelves packed full with different-sized tomes with multiple scraps of paper slipped in. Some books were half falling out. The filing cabinets at the back were partially opened, showing their overflowing amount of student folders. His desk showed not a centimeter of wood. The sides were covered by paper piles in the way. The desktop was topped with large piles of textbooks. A notoriously large stack obscured the man sitting at the desk. I raised my voice and said, "Hey, I was told I had an interview with you." The man said nothing but motioned for me to sit down. His dismissal set me off, but I walked to the unoccupied seat, careful moved a stack of exam papers, put my bag on the floor and sat down. A minute or two passed where he said nothing. Any attempt to say something resulted in a harsh "sh." Finally, when it got too much, I prepared to shout bogies at the top of my voice inappropriately when he suddenly said, "Do you want to be a Shinigami?" The question surprised me. He had said nothing up until now. I repeat. "Do you want to be a Shinigami?" All I could think of to say was, "No sheet." He sighed from behind the books. "Watch your tongue." Several more moments passed. The sound of him putting something down onto the table alerted me to the fact that he was ready to start talking again. "I have already received your folder of Hitsugia." Bloody hell, that kid writes fast. Probably because Ranjaku means he has so much other crap to do. Listen well. I will tell you only once. Classes start at 8 o'clock every morning, finish at 3, Saturday is your only day off, bumper for you mark. There are 6 PRDS every day. Lunch hour is at 12, you will have. I sighed, 1 hour. Actually no, you receive 45 minutes, break by the way is 15 minutes at 10, do you understand so far? Clear as ditch water, sir. No sarcasm. Moving on. There are 8 main lessons: Kido, your spell recitals which are extremely important, Hakuda, your hand-to-hand skills, Zenjutsu, your absolutely vital sword skills, Ho-Ho, your speed skills, Zanpakudo communication, Reaper skills, history and general fitness. Any questions? The info was overwhelming. I may understand a lot about the Bleach universe, but I never really paid attention to the parts where the Shino Academy was explained. I just remembered, blah 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 Rukia, blah 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 swords, blah 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 Renji blows himself up with a fireball. I had only one question to ask. How can I learn all this stuff? I am okay with a sword, but that is about it. How can I pick up 3 years of knowledge quickly? The unseen man gave an invisible smirk. Simple, my boy. I will assign a student to help you pick up the stuff. Stuff? What about it? Stuff. What? You are a teacher. You could say something more refined than stuff. You could say knowledge or info, skills even. Hell, you could even say, pick it up, dot. Is stuff really that big a deal? Not particularly, I just wanted to have a conversation where I could respond with more than one syllable. Enough, he metaphorically scowled at me. What? I thought to myself. You practically just insulted him. Quiet you, who asked your opinion, by which I mean my opinion. You make me feel so loved, he said sarcastically. We then both said at the same time. NOHMO. NOHMO. Here. An object flying through the air brought me back to reality. Usually I am crap at catching any object, this time I moved my palm out and hoped for the best. The object landed on it. I nearly dropped it a few times in shock, but I miraculously caught it. It was a small silver key. The number 505 was engraved on one side. What is this? A key. No sheet, you idiot Mark. A key for what? Your room for the next 3 years. You will share a room with 2 others, try not to do something stupid. I could feel his intensifying scowl. You will receive 1500 yen a week to spend on food and whatever else you need. You will find your uniform there, as well as your timetable and textbooks. I wish you luck. He shut up for a while. I sat there patiently before saying. That's it? Yes, now go away. Sighing in annoyance, I put my old school bag on and walked off. I got to the overcompensating. Yes, overlarge and compensating door, when I heard. Oh yes. I turned round to see him still behind the books. Do up your uniform. It may be European, but that is no excuse. My mouth fell open in shock at how that arsehole saw my uniform. I walked out and shut the door. I stuck my middle finger up, now that I was promptly free from his wrath. I heard a mumble of, "I know what you are doing." Shuddering in surprise, I legged it to freedom. XXXXXXXXXX. As I exited, I soon found myself in a courtyard. No one was around. I looked up and saw the sky was crimson. It would soon be dark. I checked my watch. It was already 5:30ish. It was only now that I had left that I realized I had no idea where I was going. How the hell could I find my bloody room? I did the logical anime thing and ran to the nearest door, intent on charging through it. The door would not move. It must have been stuck or locked, this small door, leading inside a small block of buildings. I kept pushing. Why won't it open? I asked myself. Try pulling it, my inner voice said nonchalantly. Oh yeah. I tugged it open and headed through. Half an hour later and I was no further than I was before. The block of buildings were classrooms. Other buildings I ended up in were the empty gym, the sports field, second year Zenjutsu rooms, the sweet Kido practice location I saw before, and the mail room. I was randomly walking down a corridor by a small rock garden when a voice behind me said, "Excuse me. You look like you are in need of assistance. May I help you?" I turned round to look at the grassed area of the garden. A girl was kneeling there, digging up weeds with a spade. I looked at her. She was smiling and repeated, "You look like you are in trouble, may I help you?" "Sure," I said. She stood up and I looked at her properly in the nearly finished twilight. She wore a red shitage, and a white kosode which failed to hide her large bust. Not quite a ranjaku but still a pretty good size. She also had a red hakama. She had a shaped face twisted into a slight smile, her blue eyes shone slightly. Her long Heim-style black hair was swept behind her. She was overall pretty attractive, very curvaceous and all that. She walked towards me and offered her hand out to shake. "My name is Mika Ikeda. I am a third year in the advanced class. What about you?" I shook her hand. "The name is Marcus D. Solis, call me Mark." She grinned almost regally. "Very well then, what is your issue?" I explained how I needed to find room. She pointed to the left and a thin tall buildings with many doors on it. The building was like everything else here, Japanese. The building looked a bit old and tired, slightly worn out. You should find rooms 430 to 520 there. The rooms there are not very nice, but I have heard they are livable. She looked curiously towards me, specifically my school clothes and bag. "Oh, right," I exclaimed. "I'm new. Straight from the human world to Rukon, newly enrolled today." Mika looked surprised, but also doubtful. "Seriously?" I said. "I was in the human realm only yesterday." She was still doubtful. "I suppose it does make sense. Those clothes are clearly Western. Due to the fact that the Rukon district does not sell clothes like that, I have no choice to believe you." Inwardly I was having a victory dance. Mika smiled, tilting her head slightly. "Good luck in year 1 of the academy." Sheepishly I replied, "Actually, for some reason I was sent straight to 3rd year." She was quiet for a few seconds. She then burst out. "What?" She grabbed me. "Tell me more," she said as she shook me. "I don't know anything else." "The captain I met insisted." "You met a captain?" She shook me even harder. "I only met him because the lieutenant who rescued me insisted." "You were rescued." "I know. Can you stop shaking me? She let go and turned back to the garden, giving me a quick look over her shoulder. I still find this suspicious, I am going to keep an eye on you. She turned back to her rocks. Good luck either way, see you in class tomorrow. I looked at her for a few more moments. I went off to the building she pointed out. The building was as scruffy as it looked on the outside, derelict toilets, manky kitchen and musty corridors. I saw a sign poster saying, Floor G, rooms 430 to 455. Floor 1 rooms 446 to 470. Floor 2 rooms 471 to 480. Floor 3 rooms 481 to 490. Floor 4 rooms 491 to 500. Floor 5 rooms 501 to 510. Floor 6 rooms 511 to 520. It appears to be a list of which rooms are on which floor. It looks like I'm on 5th. Better get going. I did a slight jog to get up the 3 sets of stairs I had not yet traveled up. I wandered a bit before finding the poster on floor 2. I reached floor A. Door led to a corridor balcony, corridor, outside thing. I checked the room numbers on the doors to the left. 204, 203, 202, DMN. Must be on the right. I went to the right-hand side. 205 was the first door. Idiot. Great, the voice was back. I took the key out of my pocket and inserted it into the lock above the door handle. I turned the key and went into the door. I went into room. I turned round and shut the door behind me. I could hear 2 voices talking somewhere in another room. I looked round at my surroundings. I was in a small kitchen. It was a smallish room, with minimal appliances. There was a sink set next to a workstation, presumably to do your cutting on. An oven stove grill thingy and some drawers took up one of the other walls. There were 2 cupboards above. The third wall obviously had the door in it. Some hooks were to the left to hang your coats on. A long black coat and a hoodie-like coat were hung up. The fourth wall had 2 doors. I looked in the first one and saw it was a cupboard, with the usual stuff. Mop, broom, bucket and strangely a Henry Hoover. Suppose some merchandise are so good even death can't stop them. Pretty sure all the captains will have a smartphone. I closed the cupboard. I opened the next door. It led into the living room. The room was currently occupied. 2 teenagers my age were arguing. DMNIT. Ask me if you're gonna nick my homework. Shouted the first teen angrily. He had an anime-style tick mark on his forehead. If I looked like a nerd, he was an uber nerd. He was wearing circular glasses, framed round his piercing green eyes filled with intelligence. He had an untidy mop of short black hair, hurriedly brushed into some resemblance of a hairstyle. He wore the typical uniform of the academy. He was quite short and thin. He had his shoulders scrunched up, like he was hunched over slightly. His age was probably around 15, but who can tell with the dead? If I asked, it would nearly be as rude as if I asked a woman her age. He was currently yelling at the other boy. No biggie. I wasn't nicking your work. I was just borrowing it. Yeah. Borrowing it sounds about right. I was too busy chatting up the academy blondes. I had no time to do Onabera's essay. Yeah. I mean 500 words is a bit unreasonable. Yeah. So no biggie, right? The youth laughed nervously. I sweat dropped at his ridiculous speech. He is so dead. The teen currently had his arms up in front of him, waving them in mock innocence. He had light brown hair scruffily pushed behind his forehead. He was tall and had the general appearance of a 16-year-old. He wore the average uniform but also wore a plain yellow scarf around his neck. The other teen appeared so thoroughly sad he didn't even notice my presence. No bloody biggie. This took me 2 bloody hours. It was a 1,500-word essay. You womanizing plunk. I spent all last night doing it while you were off trying to chat up the blondes in the year above. They were some DMN fine blondes. Muttered the soon-to-be dearly departed. R.I.P. unknown student. We knew him so little. I don't care how DMN fine they are. It still took me 2 bloody hours. You were just so bloody lazy you couldn't do it yourself. Please. Have mercy on this lost soul, begged the guy anime style. No. You can do it yourself. What do you mean by that? The nerd held up a sheet of papers with an evil glint in his eye, while the womanizer looked scared. No. What are you doing with that? I found it under your mattress. Find a better hiding place. Please, I will do anything. Anything. Just don't let me suffer Onibara's wrath in tomorrow's Sanpakuto communication class. He looked complacently at him for a moment. Fine. The teen dashed forwards to grab it before it was wrenched cruelly out of his face and he fell onto the floor. Yes, I said I will give it to you, but first you must suffer. You will do the dishes and the drying up and the laundry, and you will clean the bathroom. Thank you, merciful one. Bellowed the teen from the floor. The other chucked a book that was on a side desk at his face. It hit with a thunk. Ouch. He turned to look at me. He did a double take. Eehee. Who are you? He looked me over doubtfully. Is it normal for the two of you to kill each other with large heavy tomes? Yes, he answered immediately. He will be perfectly fine. This happens all the time. He glanced at the kid nonchalantly. That's it? Yes, that's it. Oh, ow. My body is in constant pain, said the kid on the floor. That's just Daichi. Full name Daichi Kurwashi. He is my annoying flatmate. Who the hell are you? Me, I'm just a new student. I was told this would be my new room. He nodded his head understandingly. We were told we were going to receive a new flatmate. Wow. This school sends and receives messages quick. We were only enrolled an hour ago. I ignored my own annoying flatmate. I guess this makes us roomies. The name's Mark D. Solis. You. Hayato Akamori. I hope we can get along. He held out his hand. I shook it. He turned round and jumped onto a green sofa, which looked like it had been here for years. Make yourself at home, said Daichi from his place on the floor. I sat on the sofa and looked round at the room. It was quite large when compared to the kitchen. There was the sofa against the back wall, a small table next to it with a small lamp with an actual flame. A low Japanese table was on the floor, above a large green rug covering the bland floor. One of the side walls had the door I just came through and a large set of drawers. It was obviously mahogany or something. There were 4 large drawers. The third wall directly opposite from the sofa there was a large picture frame with an obviously hand-drawn picture in it. The picture was of a grassy hillside in the autumn sun, with a heap of brown leaves under a large oak tree at the top of the hill. The picture was absolutely gorgeous. Whoever did it was a proper artist. "Oh," said Hayato from next to me, barely glancing up from the book he was reading. I drew this. It's quite good, isn't it? I agreed, it was quite good. The fourth wall had a large bookcase, filled to the brim on each shelf with various tomes, pamphlets, and paperbacks. I always have liked a good read. I would have a look at the titles later. There was also a door leading off somewhere. Said Daichi from the floor. Through there you will find the rooms and the bathroom. Make sure you go in before Hayato, his crap stink. Shut it, you. He lobbed the book he was reading at him. Daichi slipped back into unconsciousness. Hayato took another book from the side table and started reading. I felt quite awkward being the new guy in such an obvious friendship. You may want to get some rest, you have school tomorrow. Bloody brilliant. Hey Hayato, I'm going to call it a night. Which room's mine? Said Daichi, finally getting up. Aren't you stickin' here for tea? Hayato's cooking is epic. Nah. I replied. Not really hungry tonight, maybe tomorrow. Daichi looked disappointed, he probably doesn't have many friends. Oh, right man. Your room is the one on the left. He shook his head in disappointment. Rare to find someone turn down your cooking, Hayato. Shut it you. See you tomorrow. He finished cheerfully, giving a little wave before sitting down. Yeah, night Mark, said Hayato looking up from his book. Night. I called out already feeling at home. XXXXXXXXXX. I walked through the unexplored door. I was in a small hallway. The light was off and there was no light switch to be seen, just a candle holder. Bloody Japanese hangovers. I told myself. I glanced into the first door on the left. It was a quite clean bathroom. Daichi has probably had a lot of experience at cleaning the bathroom. I agreed silently. The bathroom was quite clean, with a toilet, a bath and a shower. The sink was quite shiny too. On the right side I saw two separate doors. Probably Daichi's and Hayato's rooms. I didn't nosy into what their rooms looked like. I went to the final door on the left. I went inside. It was dark. I fumbled on the side and was surprised when I found a light switch. I flicked it and a dull light shone from the ceiling, illuminating the room I was supposed to live in for 3 years. Mika was being generous. I was honestly surprised that only some rooms had electricity. Maybe the power was off in some rooms. I stared at my living spaces. It was a smallish room. There was a bed, single with plain blue sheets. At least the bedding is fresh. I saw there was a wardrobe built into one of the walls. I looked inside. It was pretty basic. There were fairly new clothes inside, 3 copies of the school's uniform, that includes those hakama and all those undershirts and overshirts. They were a nice blue color. Upon further inspection I saw 2 circles upon each BRST. Not in that way, you dirty readers. These had to be the school logo or something. I also found 2 pairs of casual clothes for me to wear when not in uniform. There were basic gray hakamas and some shirts. There was a set of drawers inside as well where there were pants and socks. I shut the wardrobe door, and checked out the desk in the corner. It was fairly basic, with a single drawer with 4 biros and a pencil. I hope they don't make me write in Japanese, I would instantly fail. On the top there was a stack of books. I looked at their titles. Kido Basics. Kido Intermediate. Basic Senjutsu. A Newbie's Guide to Ho-Ho. Hakuda Basic Steps. Zanpakudo and Me. A Basic Guide to Shinigami Skills. A Reaper's Full History. All these tomes were quite heavy. It would hopefully be a good and fulfilling read. Shut it and check them drawers. I did just that. There was a single set of drawers. Inside I found new bedding, a roll of notes and some coins which appeared to be my allowance, which they somehow slipped into my room quickly, and well, that was about it. I would have to fill them up myself. Putting my school bag on my bed, I jumped onto said bed. It gave a creak. A good omen. Shut it you. I decided to check my inventory for useful crap. Is there ever useful crap? I don't need my imagination to ask stupid questions. I thought I was your subconscious. I was silent for a few moments. I eventually said, "Shut up." I looked in my bag and dumped everything out. I had a few more very important pens to add to my collection. I also had my old Samsung phone. No signal. Typical. It would be useful anyway since I had no charger or plug sockets, so it would soon run out of charge. Shame, you had some good music on it. I had my wallet, empty of course except for a $5 and a few coppers. I had my school books. They may be useful if I ever need to work out quadratics. I immediately put them in one of the drawers. I also had my 3DS. Hallelujah. I had the charger with me. I just need to find a plug socket in this hellhole. In the cartridge I had Virtue's last reward. Bloody good game. It was filled with conspiracy theories, complex time travel plot holes, puzzles and constant betrayals. Bloody hell. After this I couldn't trust anyone for a week. Bloody good game though. I also had a paperback version of The Hobbit. I would stick it on the bookshelf in the living room later. The only other thing of value was an old black hoodie I stuffed in my bag in case it rained. I put it on a hanger in my wardrobe. I had frig all that was useful. Oh well, I sighed. I got up and retrieved Zanpakuto and Me. I started reading the first chapter. A Zanpakuto is an extension of one's own soul. The shape, properties, abilities and the name of a Zanpakuto changes depending on how it is treated and the owner's personality. For example, if one has a burning passion for fighting, your Zanpakuto might take on a red hue and have fire-related powers later on. Quite interesting. I wonder what effect my Zanpakuto will have. I kept reading, skipping on to another page. There are 3 basic forms to all Zanpakuto. Their sealed form, their Shirkai and Bankai. Your sealed blade is an Asachi as it has not had your soul imprinted onto it yet. A blade will only become unique once you have bonded with it significantly. I thought back to my katana. It seemed plenty unique. In fact, I thought sealed swords were given by the Shinigami. How could I own one? I would have to mention this when I meet my Zanpakuto. I turned back to the book. A sealed blade will sometimes change once you get to know the spirit. Major changes in your inner world can also be reflected in the state of your sealed sword. I flicked on ahead to the next page. I would read everything again in more detail later. Shirkai is the initial release of your Zanpakuto. It is achieved through communication with your Zanpakuto, using techniques shown in later chapters. When you discover your sword's true name, you can call out an incantation and the name to release your Zanpakuto into a stronger form. This new form will have strong, often unique abilities. There are many different types of Zanpakuto. The basic types are melee, Kido, projectile, defense, poison, illusion, elemental, and unclassified. Your type depends on what your Zanpakuto's basic abilities are, which often reflect your soul. Those who master Bankai may skip this stage of incantation. Unlocking Shirkai is a show of respect and is often vital for advancing in rank amongst the Shinigami. Already knew that, let's skip to Bankai. Bankai is obtained through materializing your Zanpakuto, the opposite of Jinzen. This often takes 10 years. You must then force them into SBMSN in order to gain the true final name of your Zanpakuto. Bankai often increases one's power by up to 10 times. Unfortunately, it often takes another 10 years to master Bankai. It is a long and hard process. Only 5% of all Shinigami ever achieve it. That Jinzen thing looked important. Better look it up. Jinzen is when you take a meditative stance with your sword on your lap. You can often talk to a Zanpakuto in your head, but this is the only true way to communicate with your Zanpakuto. This often allows you to go to your inner world, the physical representation of your soul, and converse with your sword. Jinzen sounded cool. Might as well have a try. I did the jump in the circle trick and summoned my Zanpakuto with a slash. I got in that Buddha position and put my sword on my lap. I concentrated very hard and could feel myself distancing myself from the world around me. It was an odd feeling. XXXXXXXXXX. I woke up on a cold surface. I got up. Still wiping sleep out of my eyes. I never knew you were Jesus. I mean, you are standing on water. I looked down to see he was right. I was standing on water. I looked around me. I was in a lake of some kind. The water spread around me for a few thousand meters in all directions. I could barely see the shore, which appeared to be quite lush and green. I knelt down and touched the water, sending small ripples out. The water was perfectly flat and calm. I stood up and looked round again, not questioning my curious circumstances. It must have been worse for Ichigo to wake up on the side of a skyscraper. The water was almost reflective. I could see a clear reflection of the plain blue summer skies above. No clouds. "It's good to finally meet you," said the voice. "You." I finally realized. The voice was that annoying one that had been bothering me ever since this mess began. "Yeah, me," it said. It came from a man on an island. The island was only a few meters wide, large enough for one person to sit down comfortably on its soft grass. The man stood up. He was quite tall. He was at least a few inches taller than me. He wore pitch-black sun shades which obscured his eyes. His face was well shaved, with only some stubble around the chin. He had short cropped blonde hair, with a few strands hanging down the side of his face near his ears. He wore an immaculate suit which was out of place in this hot environment. The jacket was white with black buttons. Doing it up. He had a white, with thin blue streaks running down it, dress shirt on underneath. He wore white trousers. "Bloody hell, it's hot. Do you mind?" he asked politely. I shrugged my shoulders. He removed his jacket and deposited it on the island's floor. Without it on, it was quite easy to notice he was well tanned. "No HMO. I thought." "No HMO," he said out loud. I was surprised. "Are you surprised? In case you have not realized, I am your Zanpakuto, of course I can hear some of your thoughts." He stretched his arms. "You must have questions, ask away. Time for the obvious one. What is your name?" "Not that easy, I am afraid, but for the purpose of simplicity you may call me the name I had while I was alive. You can call me Javan." I remembered some of the biblical crap I looked up once. A son of Noah, meaning deceiver, or one who makes sadness. "A bringer of sadness, that's me," he said cheerfully. "What do you mean?" "That is a story for another day, for when I tell you my history and for how I became your Zanpakuto." "You mean you haven't always?" "No, this is just my newest job. You needed a soul to help you access your own soul's power, so I used my powers to change my presence, form and powers to that of a Zanpakuto's." "How did this happen?" "Story for another day. Next question." "How did I end up in this world of Bleach?" "Simple answer, I don't know." "Yay. What do you mean you don't know?" "I just don't. 1 minute in that world. Poof. The next you are in a world with an obviously gay evil genius called Aizen. I don't know how it happened. It just did. I was in your soul for another completely unrelated reason, so I just adapted and became more involved to help you survive that hollow attack. So me gaining the powers of a Reaper was just a coincidence. Yep. Too much paperwork to do if you died, so I chose to become a form which would give you powers which made you fit in. What do you mean by bloody paperwork? Oh. Nothing much. Moving on. Just here to let you know that you have my full support. I cannot give you my name or a bankai, not even Shirkai yet. I am still. Well. Recovering. Either way you will receive Shirkai when I have enough extra juice to help you realize the true name of your own soul. You have a few years until canon events. I should be able to get you Shirkai just before the Ryoka invasion. Yes, I know you will probably take part and do something stupid. Why, he was right. I did want to join in. But that was besides the point. You will not be able to receive bankai for a while. It could damage your soul if you learnt it during the Winter War. So no bankaiing that BSTRD Aizen. Nope, no bankaiing Aizen. You wouldn't win anyway. I had learnt so much in so little time. I had one last question before I could call it a night and go to bed. The other questions could wait till next time. Just how strong can I become? As strong as you like. I am just the training wheels to show you how to unlock your powers. You are practically making a shurkai and a bankai for yourself. I have no true name to instantly make you strong. If you train hard and ace the academy, you could do some training in Karakura town and become about lieutenant once you complete your shurkai training. If you forced yourself and tore your soul apart in the process, you could maybe, just maybe, gain bankai in time for Hueco Mundo. Ultimately, this is just a time frame. The time limit could be less depending on how strong you make yourself. All I can actually do in a fight is offer you advice and give you some of my own ryatsu as a top-off in a hard fight. He reached out his hand, as he walked towards me across the water. He tilted his head smugly. Wanna be partners? I took his hand. Hell yes. Let's kick some butt. I felt myself fading away. I wish you luck, Mark. The world faded around me. I woke up in my room, my head overflowing with new knowledge. I saw that my Zanpakuto had changed slightly. The blade was 3 inches longer, and was a slightly darker color. The hilt extended slightly as well. I checked my watch. It was 9:30. Time really passed. I put my Zanpakuto book back, set an alarm on my watch, put everything on my bed into the drawers, and stripped to my underpants. I wear underpants instead of boxers, sue me. I turned the light off and slipped into my covers. I was dead to the world in a moment. I woke up from a forgotten dream to a noise that I was sure would become perfectly normal for me. God dmn it daichi. The sound of frenzied shouting woke me from my slumber. I checked my watch. 7, early but not too early. I suggest you get up. That man from yesterday said classes start at 8, you have 1 hour to prepare for the worst school day of your life. MMWWHHH, bellowed Javan maniacally from my head. Amazing how quickly you get used to voices in your head. Was that evil laugh really necessary? I know I will probably be the class dunce for a while, but cut me some slack, yeah. I rose from my bed and decided to prepare for the day. After some helpful tips from Javan on how to properly put on my new Japanese-style uniform, as well as strapping my Zanpakuto to my back, I left my room for the kitchen, in the hopes that overpowered gods of death have Cheerios in their cupboards. When I entered, Hayato was yelling at Daichi again. Something about ignoring all previous warnings and copying another piece of homework. Again. Talk stopped when I entered the room. Hey, yelled Daichi, probably happy someone was here to pacify Hayato until he had subtly left the room. Hayato's cooking pancakes. And he was. I could smell something nice cooking in the kitchen. Hayato had apparently been simultaneously yelling at Daichi while cooking pancakes for us all. I made some for you, I guessed you would be hungry after missing dinner, said Hayato. I was. I felt like I could eat a horse. Or a dog. Perhaps even an elephant. Okay, maybe not an elephant, but my stomach's demands were pretty close. Hayato served up for us all on some plates from one of the overhead cupboards. I had a stack of 5. Bloody hell, they were beaut. Even without toppings they still tasted of heaven. I now knew that I had found my Sanji equivalent character, well until someone better showed up. After we placed our finished dishes in the sink, Daichi burst out saying, "Oh yeah. I nearly forgot." He stuffed a hand in his pocket and continued, "Due to me being partially unconscious yesterday, I forgot to give you this." His hand came out clutching a slip-off paper. "Here you go. Your timetable. I suggest you only take books for the lessons before lunch." I took the paper and looked it over. Day P1, P2, P3, P4, P5, P6. Sunday History Fitness Keto Reaper Skills Ho-Ho Free PRD. Monday Hakuda History Ho-Ho Zenjutsu Fitness. Tuesday Keto Zenjutsu Hakuda Ho-Ho Reaper Skills Z Communication. Wednesday History Fitness Keto Ho-Ho Zenjutsu Z Communication. Thursday Fitness Keto History Reaper Skills Z Communication. Friday Fitness Keto Zenjutsu Free PRD Z Communication. Altogether not that bad. Today is Tuesday, fell into Bleach on a Monday. That means I have today, Kido, not that bad but will suffer due to lack of knowledge, Zanjutsu, yeah baby. Badass sword showing off. WOH. Shut up, you probably don't use real swords, AAH. Hakuda, I will utterly fail, ho ho, I can finally learn the art of running away professionally, Reaper skills, it will be interesting to see what I will learn, and finally Z communication, probably means talking to your sword, fine with me, I am used to sitting on my butt all day doing nothing. What confused me was what I would do about catch-up. Hayato answered my question for me. You of course have extra lessons. One of the other students has volunteered to tutor you for 2 hours after class ends. I will, of course, have dinner ready by the time you return. Organized kid. Some women will get a good house dad. Yuh. Hayato with an apron on, shield your eyes. He's not that bad. Thoughts like that show homosexuality. I am not gay. You tell him honey. Daichi started his obligatory washing up duties. It was 20 to now. Hayato sighed wearily as Daichi complained. He turned to me and said, get ready, I will show you the way to class today. I walked back to my room and grabbed all the books needed for the day and placed them in my worn-out bag, slipped my timetable into one of my school bag's pockets, put my new cash in another one, hoisted said bag and waited for my new friends to lead me to the worst day of school ever. Dramatic music in the background. XXXXXXXXXX. The three of us left the room. He took me to that keto range I saw yesterday, and we entered the classroom next to it. The classroom was basic. A large number of tables acted as desks so two could sit together. A large desk next to a chalkboard at the front showed where the teacher would sit when he or she arrived. I saw a mixture of male and female students, lounging around at some desks. I saw a familiar face at the back. Mika gave me a smile and a quick wave when she noticed me enter the room. My roommates took a double desk near the back. There was a spare desk behind them. I sat down. I was at the back of the class. No one behind me to stare at the back of my head. Mika was 3 desks to the left of me. I lounged around waiting for the lesson to start when a girl dressed in the regular academy uniform rose from her chair and stormed towards me menacingly. I have no idea what I did to PSS her off, but I had the feeling that I may not live to see the Winter War. She continued storming towards me. She stopped next to me and scowled. She had short red hair, cut in that schoolgirl way. Her face was angular and she appeared to be tallish. I have never been good at judging height. She was only just starting to file out, but you could clearly see she was clearly not as flat as a board. Her hand was clenched to the side. She was really, really attractive. Like just about every bloody female in this world. She actually quite reminds me of Colin from Code Geass. They have the same hair. Her blue eyes continued to bore into me. You, she said. Me, I replied. She continued to scowl. You owe me. She said. I continued to stare in mutual nonchalance. You owe me 1. No 2. Hell, you probably owe me at least 5. I continued my staring, still confused as hell. In fact, you owe me at least 10 for all the crap you're putting me through. I finally decided to speak in my defense. Theoretically, if I did know you, what have I apparently done? GGJRGH. We don't know each other, but I am still doing you a huge favor. What you mean? I asked, finally cutting to the chase. What do you think? I'm your bloody tutor, that's what. Silence continued for some moments, despite the fact that the class was still chatting like 2 nerds in a PE class. Her. My tutor. No bloody way. I started to chuckle slightly at the thought of this randomly violent girl deciding to actually help someone. She smacked me over the head with my own copy of that keto book, which I now regret taking out of my bag. Still nursing my new head injury, I said, what, you're supposed to my tutor? Yes, she replied, I am the prodigious heir to the Nishizaka family. It is my duty to help a new student, no matter how much of an arsehole they are. Who are you? I finally asked, curious of this supposed prodigy. My name is the soon-to-be famous Akemi Nishizaka. You better remember. When we graduate I will surely be your superior, you better make a good impression. Daichi meanwhile was ogling her but while she wasn't looking. Hayato appeared to be just enjoying the show. Akemi pushed my bag off the other chair and took a seat. She got her own copy of the Kido book from her satchel she now dropped onto the floor under the desk. What the hell are you doing? I nearly demanded. I could maybe deal with this smug bird for the duration of my 2-hour tutoring, maybe. I did not want her next to me for all my future Kido classes as well. Sitting here, she said stubbornly. You have no previous knowledge of Kido and have obviously not started reading the actual book yet. I have the same timetable as you and as such must sit with you so that I can teach you the basics of just about all of your bloody classes. Looks like I'm stuck with her then. Strangely this does not seem as daunting as before. It would be quite hard for her to teach a complete newbie like me 3 whole years of knowledge about the academy. I think I actually feel sorry for her having to give up her free time to help me. I resolved to be a bit nicer to Akemi. Sorry. I said, it can't be fun having to give up your time to help someone you haven't even met yet. I apologize for before. I will try to be easy to get along with. Her mouth fell open at my sudden change of heart. She covered her confusion with a cough. Very well then. I accept your apology. Hello all, said a new voice. The teacher had entered the room. Right. Books out. Time for some theory on Kido. You lucky people. The entire class groaned, including me. What? I didn't want to be the odd one out. The teacher himself was bald. Bald as an egg. He was scrawny as hell but looked like he knew what he was doing. Time to revise Bakudo 30 and Heido 32. XXXXXXXXXX. Surprisingly class wasn't that bad. I learned a bunch of stuff. The class itself was basically a lecture on how to perform a mixture of spells, and ways that they can be used. With Akemi mumbling the info I needed I was able to follow the lecture quite well. I wrote a bunch of notes as well. The 2 spells focused on this PRD were Bakudo number 30, Shitatsu Sansen, Beak Move Tri-Flash, and Heido 32, Okasen, Yellow Fire Flash. The first one was basically a 3-pointed triangle that slams into the opponent, immobilizing them. The other was a yellow orb produced from your Zanpakudo which widens as you slash horizontally, until it fires out as a horizontal beam. It basically resembles a yellow Sokatsui, you know, that thing Rukia spams. A lot. I was doing perfectly fine I think. The teacher knew I was new so I think he avoided asking me questions. Akemi also gave me a basic explanation of how to generate Kido. It is basically the jump and circle technique, but you focus your energy into your words, and produce a specific form based on the incantation instead. It should be quite easy to adapt. I hope. We finally arrived near the end of the lesson when we were asked to do something I dreaded. Practice on the targets outside. The teacher, never learned her name, led us outside to the targets. There was a row of 10 neatly lined up. We were split up into 3 groups of 10, and a final group of 7, me. Everyone in the front rows released their Okasen. Most hit, some grazed the edge and some completely missed. In the second row Daichi and Hayato stepped forward. Daichi's blew up in his face, much to my amusement. Hayato however, performed it perfectly, getting a bullseye. By the lack of surprise, I assumed this was normal. Row 3 went forward. Mika managed to land a blast which cut hers through the middle. Nice shot. Akemi also did well. She hit quite close to the center. For all I know she probably was a prodigy. Finally it was my turn to step forward. It was my one moment, my only chance. So here I go. Everyone else had already gone and fired, leaving me looking a bit stupid. Sorry. I decided late was better than never. I began the chant as I slowly drew my sword. O ye who began the chant, he of the angels' ignorant bliss. Claw at the fallen sky and the broken stars. Through ignorance deliver the final blow. Might hammer swing, and shatter ye world asunder. Hado number 32, Okasen. Throughout this I focused on forcing my Ryatsu through my sword. As I finished drawing my sword from its sheath, Javan told me how to summon it. It was pitch black, with jagged blue lines running from each side. The yellow energy finished charging, so I yelled "Yarg" as I finished the incantation. The yellow arc blasted forward, and swung through the center of the target, cutting it in half. As far as I could tell I was a bit off from the bullseye, but not by far. As I walked back to the rest of the class I heard Mika mumble, no wonder he was told to skip straight to the third year. He appears to be a natural. Nearly as prodigious as Akemi Nishisaka. I look forward to seeing how he progresses through the day. She gave me one of her coy smiles. I rejoined Akemi, who promptly smacked me over the head. Idiot. You need to go when the rest of your line goes, stupid. She did not appear to care about my seemingly perfect hit. It will take more than that to win her love. Shut it you, I don't want her love. Nonsense. I know the way this sort of thing goes. You must prepare for your mass harem. Who the hell says I'm getting a harem? This is anime. Of course you shall receive a harem. That's only in a series where actual romance occurs. Bleach has no official pairings with its protagonists. Curse you anime logic. XXX. After this Kido class ended, I rushed to catch up to Daichi and Hayato. We decided to walk together. Mika strangely also joined us. Akemi reluctantly joined us as our fifth member. We arrived at Zanjutsu just on time. The classroom was a dojo in the main block the headmaster's room was located in. It was large and spacious, there was enough polished floor for 30+ students to fit in comfortably. Dull light streamed in from a few overhead windows. I lounged at one of the walls waiting for lesson to start. Our teacher this time was an apparent 15th seat in the 8th squad, who retired early to a relatively peaceful career. He reminded me of the old wise man anime stereotype. He had long gray hair, as well as a beard. He wore traditional Japanese robes. He quickly paired us up and handed out wooden swords for us to practice with. I was paired with a big lad. Not fat, big. He had short black wiry hair and the attitude of the usual bully. My name is Garut Tsukayoko and I am gonna kick your butt. I remembered he was one of the people who completely missed in Kido class. Yarg. He charged at me. I let my instincts take over. He swung his katana quickly, aiming at the head. I dodged to the left and swung forward in counterattack. He brought his wooden sword down to block. I nimbly lunged right and hit his left shoulder. Hard. He roared in annoyance and prepared to attack again. I took 2 steps back to prepare myself. He delivered a strong downwards move. I blocked with my own weapon. He barely pushed me down at all. Not nearly as strong as that giant dude. I broke our deadlock by pushing his sword away with my own. This only infuriated him further. You gonna die you puny git. I kept my head and feinted to his left, his weaker side. He fell for it and tried to block, only to receive a swing to his right side. Aaggh, he took a few steps back. Winner. Soulless, it took me a few seconds to realize he was calling my false surname. I only just realized that half the class were watching me. Daichi dashed out and pulled me into a manly hug. NOHMO. He. Nice one. I can't believe you beat him. He usually destroys most people in Zanjutsu. It's about time someone wailed on that prick. You, yelled that bully guy. Guru. Called it. The bully stormed forward, his face a crimson color. How dare you, you little punk. When you're all alone, I'm gonna be there, and I'm gonna wail on you for that. Some people are sore losers. I pulled out of Daichi's manly hug and said cheerfully. Sure. Looking forward to it. Hey, do you want me to bring lunch? Big guy like yourself. Needs a good taste of humble pie. Yeah, Orf. I am gonna kill you. Enough, said the teacher. There will be no arguments in my class. Guru sulked off somewhere. I was paired up with Daichi for the rest of the lesson. His skills with his sword made up for his abysmal Kido performance today. He was a quick and energetic fighter. He never stayed in the same place for too long. His attacks were strong and fast. Through sparring with him, I quickly got used to wielding a sword. All my previous fights were short, but this 45-minute-long brawl really helped me get into the swing of Zenjutsu. Get it? Sword joke. Sword, swing. Bad pun. Quiet you. XXXXXXXXXX. We had break next. Me, Hayato and Daichi spent it together by a tree in one of the garden areas. Daichi remarked on the cuteness of the passing girls while Hayato read under the shade of said tree. Mika stayed for a while as well. We chatted about the academy in general. She told me a few embarrassing stories about Daichi, much to his annoyance. Note to self, must remember the story about the duck in the bathroom. Don't forget about that time when he was locked outside stark naked. Thanks Javan. Akemi refused to be seen with the class losers. She went to see her actual friends. The next lesson was Hakuda. We went to a similar gym to earlier. For some reason this one had some random holes in the wall, which appeared to be shoddily patched up with planks. This made the room rather cold. I suddenly heard a distant yell of Yairargurk. The entire class sweat dropped and moved away from the dodgy wall. I was the only person left next to it, and I felt terrified. The roar got louder until I heard the words. Dramatic entry. A green blur flew through the wall and landed dramatically on me. The green blur got off me, revealing the greenness to be a green spandex training suit. Javan's sweat dropped. I have a bad feeling about this. Woah sh. Thank you for breaking my unyouthful fall. You must be that new student. I can see you have flames of youth. No, he said it. The world will end, cats will love dogs, Kenpachi will prompt peace, Naruto won't sk, Rukia will go up a bra size. He said the forbidden words. The man before me was a clear copy of Guy from Naruto. He spoke like Guy, he looked like Guy, he was called Gui, hell. He even had a mini-me, whom I somehow never saw in our classes, dressed in green who gave him Guy hugs. Guy-sensei. Bruce Cohen. They hugged each other, scarring me for life, and shouted in unison. Unbreakable sunset no jutsu. I have no idea how he learned that forbidden technique. He's a madman. Run for your lives. Surprisingly, he was actually a good Hakuda teacher. I was paired with Daichi again, but he kicked my butt. I was as rubbish as I thought I would be. Gui managed to help though. He was happy to correct the stance of one of his most youthful students ever. That bully I beat up in Zanjutsu class stared bullets at me the entire lesson, but he was too busy beating up his followers to do anything about his humiliation. By the end of the hour I was less crappy than I was at the beginning. XXXXXXXXXX. Next was Ho-Ho. Due to my nerdiness I was hardly the most fit person in the world, as shown in my previous lesson. I hardly thought I would do that well. Cheer up, at least USCK less than Naruto the abridged series. Ha! I did it, that's right. I used that joke. Uhu. Too soon. Mwamwahahahaha. Yeah. Seriously, that show SCKS. We went to a field near the back of the academy and waited for the teacher. After a few minutes a woman appeared behind me, tapping me on the back, and said, "Hi." She bloody surprised me. I turned round to see a woman of medium build, quite plain looking, with short blonde hair. She wore an altered version of the clothes worn by those ninjas, what's their names, the Onmitsukido. Hers had sleeves, and the back was actually clothed. Ugh. Shock horror. "Right everyone," she said. She walked away from us to a tree by the side and yelled, "You know what to do." Game of Shunpa tag, she seemed to pull a whistle out of mid-air and blew it. Everyone seemed to disappear. They were all running away from me for some reason. Oh crap. I just remembered that DMN teacher tapped me on the back. If this game was Shunpa tag, I was clearly on. "Oh. I yelled. "How the hell do I Shunpa?" Akemi, from the other end of the field yelled, "Focus your spiritual energy into your feet and focus on stepping forward. Use this step to gain momentum and force yourself to cover more distance. Speak properly. Just try it, you idiot." I did. I focused my spiritual energy, similarly to how I did it before. I stepped forward, kicked off from the ground as if I was going to leap and slammed face down into the ground, much to some amusements. "I'm looking at you, Daichi." I looked behind me and saw that I had somehow traveled 2 meters. Not bad for my first attempt. I got up, dusted some imaginary dust from my clothes and tried it again. This time when I kicked off, I swung my other leg forward as if I was walking. This time I landed steadily on my feet. I did it once more, stepping forward each time I landed in an attempt to gain momentum. I managed to get a fair distance across the field. Sweet. This was going to be fun. I spent the rest of the lesson playing Tig and learning the basics of Shunpa. I managed to catch up with Hayato early on and Tig him. I spent the rest of the lesson legging it from whoever was on. Much to my surprise I was not touched once by anyone else. XXXXXXXXXXX. I had lunch then. Me and my friends, Daichi, Hayato, Mika and even Akemi, whom I managed to persuade by offering to pay for her lunch. When we got to the dining room it was filled with students. The smell of various types of food cooking set my stomach rumbling. "Gurglrumble," said my stomach. "Yes," I told it, "I will feed you. Rumble mumble splarg. Stop complaining, you get what I give you. Mumble mumble splarg rumble. You make a compelling argument about the pizza." Pizza there was. There were various tables and serving desks set up with various foods of different nationalities. There was American, thank God, Chinese, Indonesian, Mexican, Spanish and traditional Japanese. I didn't think I was ready yet to try proper Japanese food, so I settled on a plate of pasta with tomato sauce and a slice of pizza. My stomach won the argument. I paid with some of the cash I had placed in my bag when an urgent tugging on my shoulder alerted me that Akemi was ready for me to pay for her dinner. I wish I never offered. Her stomach was definitely as big as her eyes. Her plate was piled high with various types of food, ranging from rice and sauce, to prawns, chicken and even sushi. An angry dinner lady stood behind her angrily smacking her hand with a rolling pin. Tap. 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 I was very worried. I paid the lady and we all sat down at a table. Daichi had gone with an American-style pizza, Hayato had chosen a type of Chinese food I couldn't be bothered to describe and began to eat it with chopsticks, Mika had picked some traditional Japanese stuff. Akemi of course had her extremely large pile of food. We all dug in. I have to admit the food was nice. These people knew what they were doing. The sauce was just right. We spent the rest of lunch together. We all had a laugh and even Akemi seemed to have a good time. XXXXXXXXXXX. Next was Reaper skills, taught by a plain guy with large eyebrows. With Akemi by my side I managed to survive this PRD without embarrassing myself too much. Who am I kidding, it was hell. While the previous teachers understood and respected the fact that I was new and respected my need to catch up, this guy didn't. He spent the entire bloody lesson making an example of me and singling me out for questions, while most of the class laughed, with the obvious exception of my friends. We were doing about summoning and breeding hell butterflies. With a little help I managed to make some notes about the topic we were studying. I could only hope that my tutoring could bring me up to speed. We then had the easiest lesson of the day, Zanpakuto communication. Akemi and the rest showed me to a large meditation room. Half the class went to another room. The room itself was plain and uninspiring, perfect for letting go off the real world and exploring a more spiritual land, the world of our own. While everyone else spent their time trying to talk to their swords, and failing, only just managing to get the briefest of a sense of feeling, I was having a chat about various animes with Javan. The lesson was easy. I could already talk fully with my sword and even go to my inner world. As I said, we had a chat in the hour given to us about various anime series. Because of our talk last night I could assume he had been with me for a while, maybe even my whole life. He neither denied or told me I was right. Since he had been with me for so long he had also seen all the anime series I had. We had a large argument over who was more epic, Alucard from Hellsing or Ichigo in Mugetsu form. It was a close one due to Alucard's general epicness, but we agreed that the power to cut a mountain in half with one swing of a sword was too much for even that extremely sadistic vampire to handle. XXXXXXXXXX. After class I waved goodbye to Daichi and Hayato. Hey, Mark. See you later. Tell me if you get laid. Hayato smacked him round the head with one of his endless supply of books. No. Bad Daichi, bad. No pervert comments in public. Ah. Daichi slumped off with his metaphorical tail between his legs while his equally strange roommate followed. Me, Mika and Akemi walked by ourselves for a while. When we got near the rock garden I met her at yesterday, she told me she had to do her daily gardening. Bye Mark. I'll see you later. Good luck with your tutoring, she gave me one of her specialty smiles and left. Two of us left. She led me to a posh dorm building. Whereas mine was dodgy wallpaper and rubbish bathrooms, her block was filled with sunshines and bloody rainbows. The halls were clean, the people nice. The public toilets actually smelled inhabitable. Blasphemy. Burn the witch. She led me to her room. The golden, polished to a sparkling finished door on the front of her room said she took out a golden key to match the plaque and opened the door. I would describe the inside but then it would damage my ego. A lot. Let's just say you could literally eat your dinner off of their toilet. She led me to her own room and showed me in. Again the quality dazzled me. Bloody hell. I said, are you rich or something? She sat on the bed and removed her satchel. Of course I am. Didn't I tell you I was the heir to Nishizaka family? The who? She sighed. You ignorant idiot. The Nishizaka family is a minor noble house. We own quite a bit of land and often produce good shinigami. A few hundred years ago our family produced a reaper who actually became a lieutenant. I myself plan on being the first in my family to become a captain, she finished. If you are a noble, why are you here instead of at your own house? She hit me, idiot. Of course I would need to stay here. Besides which, I quite liked getting away from the folks. They're a bit pushy. Well, they were. What do you mean? I asked. She hit me again. Idiot. If I wanted you to know I would tell you. Maybe another day. XXXXXXXXXX. We studied for 2 hours. Akemi was helpful and attentive, she made sure I knew what she was talking about. I had my doubts about her but they had all vanished. She focused on Kido with me. Using her old well-used basic Kido book she taught me the first 4 Bakudo and Heido. I had not actually used any of them, but I knew how they would be performed. She then focused on history ready for tomorrow. Bloody hell, it was hard. I was never very good at history in the world of the living, my world of the living. She taught me a few key historical Shinigami her class was currently studying. I learned about the first third squad captain. He was apparently the classical paladin figure. He wielded a broad sword. The third squad's meaning, sacrifice, was based on the fact that he sacrificed himself to fend off a swarm of Minos Grande while his teammates escaped. His body was never found. I also learned about a powerful lieutenant who was the first to lead an expedition to Hueco Mundo. Akemi also told me about a powerful hollow who was called Jack. In the 1800s he was noticed when killing prostitutes. This led to him being named a serial killer and branded by the media as Jack the Ripper. After a few years of many people in London spotting him, he got bored and went to Scotland, where he was slain by Urohara. Altogether I learned a lot in the 2 hours. I actually had fun. Akemi was quite nice when she wasn't surrounded by other people. Ayahawk. Mark is in love. Shut it. Don't you see? First Mika, now Akemi. My dream of having you take part in a harem is nearly complete. Mwahahaha. You're forgetting that Ichigo was also close to multiple females. He never got a harem. Nunu. Curse you, anime logic. It was finally time to go. I collected my stuff and said, "See ya. Thanks for putting up with me." She led me to the door and roughly pushed me out before she blushed slightly and said, "You weren't that bad. Now get out of here. It would be unseemly if a non-noble was seen at my room. Now go." She slammed the door in my face. "Nice girl," I said out loud. XXXXXXXXXXX. I arrived at my apartment quite happy. I walked in and saw Hayato preparing dinner. "Hey," bellowed Daichi, who just came in, tugging on his scarf. "We are having stew. I put it on to slow cook this morning." "It will be ready at 6, said Hayato in his expressionless way. Daichi grabbed my arm and dragged me into the living room saying, "Hey. We have some guy stuff to talk about." He led me to the sofa and sat me down. "Wheel," he said expectantly. "Well, what?" He started giggling very much like a little schoolgirl. "What do you think?" "I'll spell it out. Didyoughtlaid. I blushed slightly. "No. Come on. You can tell your bro Daichi the truth. Nothing happened. Nothing. Please tell me you got past third base." "Nope. Not even first." "NNNNOO," he yelled maniacally. "Impossible. How could you not even get past base 1? Simple. I think with my head, not my pants. You have brought shame to all men, as well as manliness itself. Shame on you." He started crying and ran to his room. "I kept telling you to get stuck in there. Not another word. Not another word. XXXXXXXXXX. To pass the time until dinner, I got out my copy of Keto Basics and began to read. I read through the first 6 chapters to try and understand how keto actually works. After an hour I heard a voice announcing dinner. "Everyone, dinner is being served up. Arrive in 2 minutes or you receive no portion." Daichi suddenly dashed past shouting, "Yaahhaha. Not this Hayato, no excuse to bin my dinner today." Me and Javan simultaneously sweat dropped anime style. Ha! I suddenly just thought of the 13 captains and lieutenants doing Gangnam style. Ha! That is actually quite funny. I dashed in after Daichi. Dinner was as excellent as I expected. Hayato had cooked the stew exactly right. The dumplings were nice and large, the sauce was beautiful and the meat was just brilliant. Then again, I was probably biased. My mum's cooking was crap. Here. After dinner Daichi did his washing up punishment. We all then sat around in the living room chatting and telling funny stories. Hayato did all this while reading one of his heavy tomes. I myself read upon a bit of basic Zenjutsu and Hoho. I honestly felt like I had known these guys for years. This place, this wacky strange place, filled with guy imitators and hot angry women, this place far away from everything I had always known, this place was starting to feel like home. I was in a room. That's all. A room. Not my bedroom, real world or soul society. I glanced round at this room taking nothing in. My head hurts. Why was I here? How did I get here? I saw that man and I knew. I was dreaming. That's all. A barrage of images bombarded my head, like a memory or a vision. It was like a slideshow of images. Snap me and my friends. Snap. The Karakura lot. Snap a campfire in the desert of Hueco Mundo. Snap, snap, snap. An armored man, a masked woman, Aizen's blade. Snap, snap, snap. The images rushed by. Blood, an explosion, a large hollow. A corpse, Javan's raised blade, a message on a wall inked in blood. Never had time to read it. Snap, 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 snap. Gaiayag. I woke up. Only a dream. I panted slightly at the memory of it. Bloody hell. That dream. I knew it. It was that one I kept having before this mess even started. Strange how Mika and the others showed up in it. On. Morning. What time is it? Was that you waking me up screaming at this hour? Not cool, man. Even a sword living in your head deserves beauty sleep. Did you see it? What? The dream. That one I had. Nope. As a being in your head I think I would know if you had a dream. He yawned. Now good night. I checked my watch. It is 7:30, you know. Crap. Crap. We shouted together. I legged it to get changed and rushed out hoping Hayato cooked breakfast. He did. We dined on sausage and egg today. I put that strange dream to the back of my mind. If Javan didn't notice anything it couldn't be that bad. Right? XXXXXXXXXX. The day was uneventful. Me and homies spent lunch and break chillin'. Wheezy was well epic in Kido Bra. You're not black. Shut it you, a guy can dream of a world without basic grammar and punctuation. The only points of interest class-wise was history and fitness. In history we had a bony woman with gray hair teaching us about the exploits of the famous reapers I learned about yesterday. She brought the class on to talk about another Shinigami, the first Kachiki. She told us a textbook page and said, "You have your page, now mush. Write a page full by the end or suffer my wrath." Apparently she was famous at the academy for two things. Forcing independence down our throats like it was a bloody panacea for all of life's problems, and for giving out amazingly tedious detentions. Akemi whispered the correct answer in my ear from the seat next to me, and as such I survived 3 hours of bending paper clips into shape, one of her easier punishments. In fitness we had a man in a typical coach uniform, with a whistle and all that malarkey. He basically said, "Oi you lot. Run around for an hour and see what happens. I have some quality time with Miss Lovely 8th Squad to enjoy." Ha, he said with a perverted expression on his middle-aged face. He took out a remarkably bulky magazine from his back pocket, turned it sideways and began to read. Well look. The picture on the front was of a blonde big-breasted woman Shinigami in very little uniform. Droroll. I demand you ask him for one. My hormones need quenching. You're in my head you tosser. Like hell am I cleaning up after you. That is not permission for you to do it and just get rid of the mess. God damn it. The lesson was basically a free PRD where the toughest and hardest in our class could pick on the weaklings while the gaggles of girls talked girly stuff. That guy from yesterday. Guru. Guru Smuru. I don't give a toss. Anyway, that guy from yesterday, not the actual guy, teamed up with some of the other tossers and came after me. Luckily Mika knew a hiding place on the roof. We shunpoed there and spent the rest of the lesson laughing at the punks while they struggled to find us. Ha ha ha. Laughed Mika, a smile on her face as her long hair blew in the morning breeze. She finally asked me, "What was your time like in the world of the living?" I couldn't tell her the truth simply because she would not believe me. I played the amnesic card. I can't really remember. I lack all my memories of before arriving in the Rukon district. I remember bits and pieces. A bit of school, a bit of home. Hell, I really remember one Christmas my family celebrated back in England. What, you're English? Yeah. I think I am. Silence spread for a few moments before I continued. I really remember that Christmas. We all got along really well. I told her. I continued my story. Flashback. I woke up on my 9th Christmas bursting with excitement. Lily, only 7 years old, rushed into my room and said, "Bro. We need to get Mum and Dad up. We need Daddy to check if Santa left any presents." It was Dad's last Christmas. We didn't know it at the time. Dad was big and bulky, muscular with the intelligence of a pack horse. The complete opposite of me. Heck, he even had short blonde military cropped blonde hair. We dashed into our parents' room and dived onto our parents shouting, "It's Christmas," while our parents laughed. We all ran downstairs. Dad shushed us as he sneaked into the living room, being careful to not show the eye inside. He came out looking glum. We all prepared for disappointment. His face suddenly broke into a smile and said, "Naya. Only kidding with ya. Santa left us all prezzies, even Mummy." "Ichiwai," said Mum. We all dashed into the living room. I remembered this Christmas because I received my first Nintendo. The old chunky DS had just been released and my parents saved up to help get it. I squealed like a little girl when I opened it. Lily, however, simply said thank you and avoided all manners of squealing. Much to my amusement, Dad squealed even more than I did when he discovered that Santa had left him some new socks. Usually we all have Christmas dinner together and invite all the rest of the family over. Not this time. It was just the 4 of us this time. I loved it. I had Dad all to myself. This was honestly my favorite Christmas ever. It was a shame our happiness couldn't last. Flashback end. That's what happened. Well, that's all I remember. I lied. I didn't lie about all of it, just the amnesia. Mika smiled and looked happy as if she too could imagine a young boy and his family on a beautiful Christmas morning. "What about you?" I asked. Finally, time to learn a bit about my almost regal-looking friend. She pushed some hair out of her face. Her smile was starting to slip. Me? Well, not much to say about my time in the living. She looked off to the sun, now bringing quite a bit of warmth to the day. I lived in Japan in the 1840s. My mother was a priestess at a temple. She wasn't a real priestess. She used tricks and intuition to make visitors believe she could do the impossible. She made them believe she could talk to the dead and could help anyone who came to her with a problem. She would guess details about a person's problems or relatives by looking at how the target acted, as well as being deliberately vague in her answers. I never knew my father. She scowled slightly, the closest I had ever seen her face to a frown. He left my mother before I was even born. At our temple it was me and mother, as well as a few other priests. I never went to school or made any friends, but I never let my mother know I was sad. By watching her at work I became adept at putting on a false mask. She fiddled with a chain fastened to her neck. It was a fragile silver thing, barely noticeable. Noticing my look, she said, "Oh. It was my 13th birthday present." A gift that I had finally become a woman. In our culture we were classified as such at 13. My mother and I always got along. She taught me to be calm and regal, she taught me to trick anyone into believing anything. She suddenly looked worried and waved her hand embarrassingly in front of her face as she blushed slightly. Not that I would ever want to trick you, Mark. She looked sincere. But then again, if her story was true she could be lying. Either way she looked like she was being honest. May as well give her the benefit of the doubt. I never thought you would. We are friends. I have faith in you. This made Mika look happier than I had seen her throughout our talk. She smiled and continued. I lived this lonely life for a while, but something happened the day after my birthday. Her face became suddenly dark. A former client of my mother's realized he had been cheated of his money. He spread the word and raised a lynch mob. They came and burnt the temple to the ground. My mother never escaped the flames. The revenge-fueled men turned their attention to me. They well raped me. She looked on the verge of crying. I was suddenly angry. My hands clenched and I suddenly wanted to hit something. I finally think I know what goes through Naruto, Ichigo and Luffy's heads whenever they talk of protecting their nakama. It is strange feeling, wanting to put your life on the line to protect someone close to you or to get revenge for their sake. Shame there is nothing I can do to kill those BSTRDS. As if she noticed my anxiety, Mika said, relax. It doesn't matter now. After they, did it, they murdered me. It was quick. A cut throat. After this I sticked around as a whole for a while, looking for mother. I never found her. The men who did it to me were punished. The authorities at the time were slow catching up, but the murderers were rounded up. They were sentenced to death. It was a shame I received Konso before I could see their executions. Their deaths would have been satisfying. She suddenly looked tired and sat down against the wall. She began to sob quietly. Even after over 150 years I still miss her, she sobbed a bit more. I subconsciously sat down and put my arm around her. I'm here for you, I said. I know it was lame, but I was short on time to think of something motivating and heart-lifting. I hope you don't mind me being a bit selfish. Please. Just hold me for a bit. I did. I held her as she sobbed her heart out for her dearly departed mother. XXXXXXXXXXX. When the bell for break rung she got up and wiped her eyes. Thank you. Really, thanks. I needed that. If you don't mind I need to. No, want to go somewhere else. She shunpoed off. She was actually quite fast at it. I mentioned before that I spent break with my friends. Well, two things were lacking. Mika's presence and my usual happy mood. After the rest of my lessons we all decided to walk home together again. Mika seemed to be back to normal. Thank God. I know. Being murdered must hurt. Well, no. Tutoring went well. Akini noticed I was distracted and didn't pry. We did some easy stuff on some more basic Kido and also had a look at the Zanjutsu and Hakuda books, in an attempt to improve my stance. I saw a few moves I may try out next Zanjutsu class. Dinner was also good. Hayato easily made it taste delicious. After this Daichi reminded me we had some homework. I decided to team up with Daichi to try and complete it. Daichi was useless most of the time. I did most of it myself. It was nice to have the conversation though. He also knew some obscure stuff on the Kachikis which I didn't know. Later I retired to my room after waving night to my roommates. Hayato gave me a brief glance from his book and said, night. Daichi was much more animated. Nunu. Don't leave me. Hayato's boring and doesn't have a perverted bone in his body. I need someone I can talk about bub too. I left him crying and went to my room. I glanced at my pile of books and decided to get started. It was going to be a long 3 years. It has been 7 months since I heard Mika's sad tale. Throughout this time I continued to grow closer to my new friends. The difficulty of the school work increased dramatically as the year progressed. I kept up with my extra lessons from Akemi, and by cutting a few corners I managed to get all the info I needed to pass my exams. Everyone got really stressed, especially Daichi. He nearly jumped out the window due to the workload, but we all managed to get through it. Our grades just recently came. I passed all my subjects. I even managed to bag a barely manageable Hakuda grade. In Kido I quickly became very adept. I had quite easily got the hang of the first 15 Bakudo and Heido. Kido was one of my 2 strong points, Zanjutsu was the other. Through the help of my really old master teacher guy, as well as some pointers from Javan, I had managed to quite quickly correct my fighting stance. According to my teacher, I never learnt any of their names. I fought using swift attacks to get past my opponent's guard, while misdirecting their attention to land a strong blow past their defenses. I had somehow risen to the top 3 in our class. The other 2 were Daichi and some dude with a mustache, don't ask. I also made some improvements in Hakuda. Only some. Understatement of the century. You still get your butt handed to you regularly. Ho-Ho also saw some improvements. Our class was taught to improve our general Ho-Ho and reflexes. We were not taught any of the super cool custom moves like what Soi Fawn and Yorichi use. Either way, I could now last quite long while shunpoing, and the amount of steps I needed to take to cover distances is gradually dropping. I was coping with my other subjects. Overall I was quite strange in my fighting skills simply because my strong points are Zanjutsu and Kido. This gives me a close-up advantage as well as distance-type attacks. I hoped this would be enough to protect me till I was able to learn Shirkai. Me and my friends were now inseparable. I had also figured out all my friends' fighting styles. Daichi, strong powerful sword attacks while using Shuinpa to increase speed, still Isekai'd at Kido. Hayato, a supportive fighter. Generally uses Kido to support and offer backup but is also quite a fast swordsman. Mika, Kido specialist. Able to hold her own in close-range combat but is generally best when shooting off over-the-top fireballs from a distance. Akemi, a nice all-rounder. Can take on any role in combat due to the fact that she is quite proficient in all the 4 basic Shinigami skills. She also constantly brags how her Zanpakudo is finally chatting to her and is offering requirements to unlock Shirkai. Basically a show-off. I still receive that annoying dream once or twice a month. The images are constantly becoming sharper. Never did manage to read that wall. The image of that giant hollow kept popping up. It had giant pincers and sort of looked like a worm with limbs. Never pay the dream much attention, mind you. With exams over, the vast majority of students are traveling home to see friends and relatives. My group are not exceptions. While I, Mika, Daichi and Hayato have no relatives to see, Akemi did. The other day she came up to us and said, "Buyi. You lot. In the holidays I'm heading to one of my family's holiday homes to visit my cousin." She gave us one of her typical scowls. And? Well, obviously you lot are coming with me. I am. Well, we are. Well, we are going in 3 days. Go and prepare yourself and what not. She suddenly blushed in embarrassment and gave us one of her, "You will obey me or die," sort of scowls. You better show up. She then ran off. Strange girl. Chuck her out the harem. Enough with the flamin' harem. Yep, he still went on about that. That was how I found myself in a pair of my casual clothes with my old rucksack slung on my back as our group prepared to leave through the east gate to get to the East Rukon district. Remembering that strange giant, I remembered to bring a special gift. You there? Hey! Isn't that you puny human from before? Here to finally accept my challenge? Actually no. Then prepare to die. He drew his oversized axe and prepared to swing when I shouted. Oh why? Wait, you tosser. Here, I brought you a gift. I got out a giant box of chocolates from my bag. You brought me chockies. All is forgiven. On your way. I chucked him the entire box. He swallowed it in one bite. What the hell? That was the biggest box the shop sold. Very nice. Next time could you bring a larger portion? Naya ha 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 ha. Come again when you are willing to accept my challenge, friend. He lifted the gate and we passed through. What the hell? Daichi finally asked. Long story, I replied and left it at that. XXXXXXXXXXX. 5 hours later and I found myself walking through some dry plains. Daichi was complaining, Akemi was shouting, Hayato was somehow reading while accurately following and navigating for us, Mika was smiling. All was right with the world. According to Akemi, the coach which would take us to a beautiful house beside a lake had been delayed. We would meet it at East, too. Basically we had to walk for a bit before we arrived at the settlement that the coach was parked in. Nothing had gone wrong, the entire trip had been peaceful. I had become better at sensing Ryatsu, so I noticed no one else was around us or above us. But despite this, why was I so worried? There was a constant nibbling sensation in my gut. My instinct, which was not Javan, was practically yelling at me to get out of here. But why? What is so intimidating about here? Nothing was out of the ordinary, then why was I so worried? Relax, nothing's gonna happen. For the first time in our partnership I didn't believe him. We walked for a while longer. I saw some dirt upturned in front of me, like a mole had been digging there. Digging. 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 Of course. A sudden image rushed into my head, as if a Martian had just beamed it there. The image in my dream suddenly appeared in my head. The image of a large worm-like hollow. It suddenly came to me. I didn't sense anything because of one thing. The enemy wasn't around us in the forests, it didn't fly above us in the sky. No. Our enemy was beneath us, biding its time to strike. As if I was moving in slow motion I turned to the others and shouted. Hollow. XXXXXXXXXX. As if waiting for its cue, a large talon burst from the ground in front of me, where I would have been in a moment if I had continued walking. I nearly died then. My heart beat in my chest. The others were slow to react, but they all drew their swords from their sheaths. The hollow in front of me burst from the ground. 7 others appeared from their dirt-covered hiding place. They surrounded us. I quickly checked them out. The minions were separated into 2 piles. 4 were black moles, with large claw-covered feet, as large as an extremely large wolf on steroids. They had masks with a drill-like point on their foreheads. It appeared we would be head-butted to death. The other 3 were large worms. They were black, like all hollows. You could tell they were worms due to their string-like body. They had small pincers jutting from all their body, like a demented centipede. Their main weapons were 2 scythe-like limbs. The boss was like the mini-worms, but twice as long and thick, with 8 scythes. The 2 near the top were twice as long and deadly. His mask was plain, as blank as an empty page. My time at the academy sort of prepared me for this. My friends seemed to be frozen still. With good reason to as well, we're only 3rd years, how are we supposed to deal with something like this? Deciding that someone needed to take charge I yelled out, quick. Everyone, things seem bad but if we do things smartly we can still win. Form a ring. Keto users in the middle. Zanjutsu freaks around. My friends snapped to action. Hayato and Mika stood back to back, their Zanpakuto drawn. Me, Daichi and Akemi stood in a triangle shape around. A mole dashed at Akemi. Hayato countered with a Byakurai, pale lightning, no incantation. The thin shot struck forwards, shocking it for a moment, giving Akemi time to swing at the mask, YRRGGH, the mask cracked, but not shattered. A worm minion leapt towards me. Quick! I left them to their fight. I blocked the first talon. The second shot forward. I dodged barely, took one hand off my sword and prepared a quick show, move. Show! I shouted. The worm shot backwards. The second leapt forward. A shout of Shikaho. Red fire cannon, pushed it back. It appeared Mika had been chanting while we were holding them back. I glanced back and saw Daichi holding off two moles. He was blocking the first with his sword, the other was being held back his fist. The mole stabbed his head forward and hit his fist, YRRGGGH. Akemi rushed to help. This left the Kido users unprotected. The two remaining moles shot forwards. Not so fast, you bastards! I shouted. Okasen! I bellowed. My yellow beam cut them and they fell back. I borrowed a bit of Javan's Ryatsu to ensure it was a strong hit despite the lack of incantation. The leader chose this moment to strike forwards. With reflexes unknown to me, I spun round and chopped off one of the talons. He wasn't worried. After all, he had 6 more. He dove at me. A combined shout of Sokatsui. Blue fire, crashed down, blew the hollow back momentarily, allowing me to cut 2 more off in the confusion. I glanced back to thank Mika and Hayato. They were busy with 2 worms. They were pushing it back with weak sword swings. The third worm was not there. Someone must have killed it. Daichi was panting as he snapped one mole's mask with his sword, killing it instantly. 2 down, 6 left. Come on everyone, we can do this. I shouted encouragingly. Shouting encouragement never helped anyone. What am I supposed to do then? Make a plan. Make a bloody plan. How the hell are you supposed to think of something like this? I glanced back at the others. Daichi was attempting to destroy the second mole. His quick sword strikes were damaging it, but the hollow just kept repairing itself. I stabbed the boss hollow, then remembering that recent anime, Sword Art Online, I decided to use one of their ideas. Daichi, switch. I dashed forward to prepare to damage the mole. Daichi saw me rushing forward and got the idea. He shunpoed back and swung at the boss to keep it distracted. I swung my sword down, the second mole was owned. Mika and Hayato were having problems still, one of the worms had sulked off to deal with Akemi. Hayato. You're best at Bakudo. Trap it, then let Mika finish it with a strongish Hado. They followed my instructions. Hayato yelled, Bakudo number 30, Shitatsu Sansen. The golden triangle appeared in his hand and shot forward. It threw the mole back and pinned it to the floor. Mika began chanting. Ye Lord. Mask of flesh and bone, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Truth and temperance, upon this sinless wall of dreams unleash but slightly the wrath of your claws. A blue glow appeared in the palm of her hand. The hollow broke free of its Kido. Hado number 33, Sokatsui. Blue fire, crashed down. Her blast of energy hit the worm's mask and disintegrated it, killing the hollow. Mika was panting. She's run dry. She has blown all her spiritual energy. Practically defenseless. Can't dwell on it. 1 worm left, 2 moles to go. Crap. Daichi's endurance was running out while I had been standing here like a lemon. Daichi. Fall back. I shunpoed in and blocked a scything well. Scythe. Daichi jumped back to regain his breath. The hollow kept up its swarm of attacks with its 5 scythes. Bloody hell, that thing was fast. Slash. 1 more scythe down. I kept up my attack. Horizontal slash, uppercut, diagonal cut. None of the attacks seemed to faze it. It reared back, preparing to strike, when suddenly he dashed to the side. I wondered why when I saw it. Akemi had just killed the last worm. She appeared tired and finished. She couldn't even sense it coming towards her. I'm gonna regret this later, I told myself. I shunpoed directly in front of the hollow, just as it was about to strike. Yairf! I shouted and threw myself at the beast of bloody scythes. Akemi turned round almost surprised. The beast plummeted down on me, with the force of a fat guy jumping into a swimming pool. I somehow held back its hungry face. I gripped both of its large scythes with my hands, they cut into them, my hands started bleeding. The pain was intense, then dulled. You idiot! I'll try to dull the pain. I forgot about the 2 remaining mini scythes. They shot forward like liquid mercury and stabbed into my guts. Yairurgrg. Bloody hell. Even with Javan on pain-dulling patrol, it still made me wince and feel weak. My grip slipped and the scythes gained a few more inches before I stopped them again. The mini ones continued to cut through my body. When I looked down, all I saw was blood. Lots of it. If only I had my sword. It had been dropped in the struggle. It was stabbed into the ground about 3 meters away. Crap. I suddenly remembered how I can summon my Zanpakuto. Maybe I can dispel it and then re-summon it. I tried it. The blade disappeared. I would need a free hand, so I grimaced in what would need to be done. I let my right arm drop. The scythe shot down, plummeting into my shoulder. It went down a few more inches then stopped. Javan's pain dulling did not seem to be working. I was seeing red and could only hear my own screams. I focused my energy into my hand and drew my sword from mid-air. With a yell I moved forwards into the mask. The hollow roared, but did not die. What more do I have to do? It needed to go just a bit more in. Don't you even think of doing that. It's crazy. That it was, but it had to be done. My left arm dropped, sending the hollow's blade into my side. It cut in deep and released a fresh wave of pain. With both hands on my blade I moved into its mask, and twisted. I was sure the beast roared, but I could not tell. It disappeared into nothingness, dead to the world. I fell to my knees in pain. Akemi was there in front of me saying something. She had a concerned look on her face. I could not hear the words she was hurriedly saying. At this moment the pain overtook my mind, and I faded into darkness with only 2 words to say. Oh shit. XXXXXXXXXX. I woke up in a hospital bed. Well, that was what it looked like. Plain white walls, smell of antiseptic, the aura of calm. Looked like I survived. I sat up and winced. My shoulder felt like fire. I looked around my room. A nurse was stood to one side mixing some medication. I said, getting her attention. She turned round, looked a bit surprised I was awake and said, hi. Mr. Solis. Are you okay? She looked concerned. Nice of her. She was dressed in the regular attire of the Shinigami. She wore a white nurse's coat, so I could assume she was from the 4th squad. I am really, really sorry, she said. I sat up some more and looked at her in detail. She was quite cute. She had short blonde hair, with 2 bangs hanging in front of her face. The rest went behind her head, to her shoulders. She was blushing slightly and had the most dazzling grey eyes. Her physique was quite petite. She was reasonably busty, but hid it well under her coat. Sorry. I replied. What for? She bowed her head in shame and said. I am so sorry. Afteriowarna kadunkan sho satamov shinigama showed up. She took a quick breath and continued. Thedam ways a sinetokiltosi hollows waurimbushing travellers. Waunla just arrived when you had finished killing Themel. It was the medicine I failed to heal you. I am so sorry. She finally finished. Translation in English please. Okay, sorry. Stop apologizing. It's annoying. Oh, so sore dash. Not another word. Right. So. Oh right. No apologizing. Anyway. Those hollows that ambushed you have been a problem for a while. They would ambush anyone that goes into their territory. The captains had only just gotten round to sending some officers to deal with it. We arrived but by then it was too late. I am so very sorry. I sighed. What for? You don't seem to have done anything wrong. But I have. I was the medic assigned to the group. When I saw your wounds I tried to heal them, but failed. They were very bad. All healing techniques I tried seemed to fail. You nearly died. We had to shunpa you quickly to the 4th squad. Even then, with Captain Unohana you only had a 60% chance of survival. It's all my fault that you nearly died. Please forgive me due to my inadequacy. She blushed again and looked to me with pleading eyes. I sighed, again. Fine, I forgive you, despite you doing nothing wrong. You tried to heal me, that's what counts. This seemed to calm her. She looked at her watch then said with an extremely large blush. You may want to put some clothes on. Captain's coming in a minute. She turned and left. I looked under my duvet covers and realized I was stark naked. Crap. I looked to my left. Some new clothes were on the chair. I quickly put them on, still feeling pain in my shoulders whenever I moved it. I got back into bed and waited. A few minutes later a woman with long black, braided hair and a kindly expression on her face walked into my room. She had a captain's coat thingy on, like good old Captain Midget. She must be Captain Unohana. Good morning, Mark. You have had us quite worried. You were unconscious for 4 days. Your friends have been very worried. They have visited every day. Her friendly expression suddenly turned deadly serious. We have a lot to talk about, Mark. Your wounds were very serious. Serious but curable. Why was my 3rd seat unable to heal you? Simple. She was trained to heal the dead, not the living. You are a Ryoka, I'm afraid. Unless you have an explanation of how you illegally obtained Shinigami powers, as well as how you were able to use them in human form, then you will be in serious trouble. Crap. I thought. I suppose it did make sense, me being a Ryoka. I did come straight from the land of the living without actually dying. Still SCKS to be me though. Tell me about it. You're more doomed than Daichi's chance of actually getting a girlfriend. I decided to do the only thing I could possibly do. Bluff like hell and hope for the best. Seriously? I was in a human body. That's strange. I mean, I don't actually remember dying, most of my memories are hazy. I just assumed I must have died since I was in the land of the dead and all. That's really strange. How did I end up in the Rukon district? I sounded sincere. I was curious at how I ended up there. Your guess is as good as mine, Mark. Normally a Ryoka has only one thing in their futures to look forwards to, death. That last word echoed in my mind. Death, death, death. That is only normally. You are an exception. As far as we can tell by looking at your spirit thread, you definitely have the soul of a Shinigami. You must have gained your powers naturally, like most souls. The only difference seems to be the fact that you obtained this without actually being dead. Humans are physically unable to create a Zanpakuto from their own soul. This makes you unique. Cool. My mum always did say I was unique. No, she didn't. She used to say you were the odd one in the family, not unique. Shut it. Due to the fact you obtained your powers without stealing another Shinigami's, you will probably be let off. You have been training at the academy like most souls. This will continue. The only change is that we have removed your soul from your body. What? You killed me. Calm down. No, we have not killed you. Your soul has been removed. Your actual body has been transferred to the 12th Squad's cryogenics lab. I myself paid Kuratsuchi a visit. He will not tamper with it. I feel sorry for Kuratsuchi. Ugh. Personal visit from Unohana. No one wants that. So I am fine now. Nothing up, no execution. Right? Of course. I will be leaving you now. Kasumi Kiyono will be your doctor for the next 2 weeks, you have already met her today. Oh yeah, that embarrassed nurse girl. Yes. The harem has begun. You now have 3 chicks after you. 3. 2 makes a THRSM but 3 makes a harem. Yayahaha. It has begun, you may not stop it, Mark. I did not even bother telling him to shut up about the bloody harem. You may return to the academy when your 2 weeks of healing are up. Your body will be kept safe, until you require a jigai and can use that. She went to leave. Goodbye, Mark. Oh yes. You have another visitor. She left. A man walked through the door into my room and stood in front of me, a man who I hoped not to see until canon. Captain Eisen. I said in shock. Good morning, Mark. Yes, I am Captain Eisen of the 5th Squad. I smiled and said, hi. On the inside though I was bricking it. Captain, this went exactly as planned. Eisen himself was here to talk to me. Me. The person who knows all of his plans, all of them. He was either here to kill me, or here to recruit me. Either that or he wanted to do a Momo and offer me a spot in his squad. Either way it Isekai'd. Do you mind if I sit down, Mark? Said Eisen with his average kindly smile. Why not? He took the seat next to me. He said nothing for a few moments. I decided to get straight to the point. So Captain Eisen, what are you doing here? Don't captains usually have better things to do with their time than visit sick school kids? Well, actually, I was just curious. I heard from my comrade Captain Hitsujiya about how you arrived in Soul Society. When I heard about you managed to lead a group of students to victory against the Scything Terror, whom has been on the loose for 15 years, as well as his minions, I was just curious to meet you myself. Crap. He's curious. This is really bad. When Eisen gets curious he plots and manipulates events to instantly put you in twice as much danger. We're doomed. Run for the hills. Shut it, Javan. It's not like he's gonna RPE us or something. Double crap. I forgot the amount of yaoi fan fiction with Eisen in it. Now there is the slight possibility of manly gayacic. I repeat. Manly gayacic. Seriously, shut up. Well, you've met me. Am I as impressive as you expected? Large ego, anyone? Shut it. Actually, yes. I have seen your report, and after only half a year of training you are already at the strength of a low-seated officer. The Scything Terror has been troubling Shinigami for years. You not only defeated it but you managed to lead a bunch of inexperienced fighters to victory. You have the potential to go far. Your Kido and Zanjutsu is already top quality. When you have graduated I would be happy to offer you a seated position in my squad. He gave his typical, do-gooders, I am definitely not secretly evil, smile and rose from his chair. Give my offer some thought. Oh yes, here. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a large tome. He put it on the seat next to me. I picked it up and read its title. Advanced Kido, High-Ranking Heido and Bakudo. You're giving this to me? Sure. I have 2 copies. I believe that once you finish your academy work you may be able to learn these level 50+ spells. Consider it a present for doing so well. He walked to the door, then epically looked back and said, I expect great things from you, Marcus D. Solis. He left. He's not that bad for a guy who is plotting to take over the world and be totally evil and stuff. Yep, not that bad. Shame I can't take him up on his offer of joining Squad 5. It would be nice. That it would. Only problem is that there is plenty of opportunity for him to put you under his Shirkai's influence. This will only make him more anxious to either make you his ally, or kill you as an enemy. True. I picked up the book and had a quick flick through. May as well start learning some bad but keto early. Who knows when I'll need it. After 2 bloody weeks I was finally discharged by Unohana. Due to her constantly, almost magically showing up whenever I am about to do something unsuitable for a patient, I have come to learn why 3/4 of the Godii 13 are scared shitless of her. The good thing about my incarceration in the 4th Squad's barracks was Kasumi. You know, Kasumi, the embarrassed fast-talking medic. She was in charge of treating me and often did little things to make my stay more pleasant. Aha! Do not deny she would make a worthy 3rd wife. Shut it. We are just friends. Sure, that's what they all say. I found out she had been a Shinigami for over 20 years and had a large sweet tooth. My time there was basically fine. Just one thing freaked me out. Okay, 2 things freaked me out. Gui's youthful visit was the second. The first thing was the note. A few days after I woke up, Kasumi came running up babbling that she was sorry. Apparently she had noticed a slip of paper in my pocket and it had been soaked in the wash. What note? I asked. The note you left in your pocket on washing day, she replied. The strange thing was I never put any notes in my pocket that day. When I asked for the remains of the note she handed me a damp piece of plain paper. On it in bold, curly, Gothic scripture I read the only legible words left unwashed. Remember, begins when, 5th. Sleep. Odd words. Maybe Daichi playing a joke. Speaking of Daichi, all my friends visited me the day I woke up and every day since. I remembered it like it was only 2 weeks ago. It was only 2 weeks ago. Flashback. I was in bed when they came. Daichi, Akemi, Mika, and Hayato all dashed in like they had just ran a marathon. Daichi was panting heavily. We came. As soon as we heard you were up. Yes, we chose to speed up our visit, said Hayato neutrally. I could tell he was worried though. He kept fiddling with his glasses, which he only does when nervous or worried. As you can see, Mark, we decided to visit you. Mika said grinning, clearly happy I was awake. The only thing missing was Akemi's shouts of idiot, or stupid. She was unusually quiet. Thank you, she said. Thank you for saving my life. If you had not distracted it I would have been killed. She bowed her head meekly, thank you. I scratched my head modestly and said, no problem. I would apologize as well for the injuries but you would just shrug it off. That I would. I would take a blow for you any time. I said honestly. She blushed, then hid it by coughing weakly and turning round. Daichi then pulled me into an epic man hug. Either way man, well done. That was absolutely bloody epic. You kicked that hollows but in the most epic way of air. All we needed to do was put some epic music on in the background and it would have been well bad but. I loosened myself from his hug. Thanks man. It was pretty awesome. Mad, stupid and painful, but awesome. Hayato then came up with a plastic container. Here. You often say spaghetti carbonara is your favorite dish, so I cooked you some. Yes. You deserve it. You managed to lead us pretty well. Of course he did. Said Mika bluntly. He's our leader. It's his job to get us out of situations like that. He. Who said I'm the leader? I'm the new guy here. So, said Akemi even more bluntly. As much as I hate to admit it you idiot, you are our leader. True. I said. But what's a leader without his comrades? I looked at my friends. They had all been there for me. We had fought side by side, they were practically family. Hey. Mark, of course we're gonna be there for ya. We're your busy mates, yeah. Daichi said energetically. Hayato then said a quote that would stay with me for the rest of my life. Especially later on when all the major sheet went down. You're our alpha male, and we're your pack. Hell yeah. We the wolves yeah, shouted Daichi. Unohana appeared at the door, an evil glint in her eye. Noise down please, she said with a smile. We all bricked it. Yes Captain. Good. She slunk off. My friends prepared to leave. Oi. Where are you going? Your pack needs feeding. You got your dinner, now we shall have ours. Joked Hayato. Hayato joking. End of the world. Shut it Javan. My friends left then. I truly knew then that they would always be there for me. Flashback end. Either way I was finally free from the dreaded hospital. That book Eisen left me was quite good. I managed to finish it. Some of the keto in it was pretty DMN epic. If I learnt them I may not even need to get Bankai. Unfortunately it was a lot more difficult to learn and perform than the ones we were doing in class. I decided that I needed at least one strong final attack. From the book I determined a relatively simple one to perform. Heido number 63, Raikoho, Thunder Roar Seer. This keto basically involves forming spiritual energy into a small, compact, concentrated ball then firing it at the opponent. Cue giant explosions and mass destruction. Aha! I cannot wait for the time when you can perform mass destruction techniques. I hope your Shirkai and Bankai involves explosions. I decided that with 3 weeks till term restarts, I would follow the good, extremely scary, doctor's orders and refrain from strenuous activities for another week. I would then use the remaining 2 weeks and practice this keto until I can do 1 or 2 good shots with it, without spending too much of my limited academy level Ryatsu. Another spell I was thinking about was Heido number 54, Heian, Abolishing Flames. A good Bakudo I would also work on was Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku, Chain Link, Chain Bonds. It is basically a larger better form of Bakudo no I mastered that ages ago. This one should be quite easy. Focus on Raikoho and Seijo Sabaku. If you train hard you could learn them in 2 weeks due to the similarities with other techniques. Right. Either way I still had a week to go until I could start. Also I would only have those 2 weeks due to the fact that other students would show up. If I continued I would only draw more attention to myself. XXXXXXXXXXX. The week passed quickly. There wasn't much to do at the academy so we often just hung out. We officially made our spot the tree in the mini garden in South Block. While I could not do training, the others could. Daichi could often be found sparring with Akemi. When this happened he actually stopped being perverted for the duration of the fight. Probably due to the threat of being castrated. I nodded in agreement. Being a pervert when Akemi has a sharp object is just suicidal. Hayato also looked at more powerful keto. While I had been focusing on 50+, his focus was on the 40s. None of these spells had been shown in the actual anime. It would be interesting to see what they do. Mika had focused on her ho-ho. She seemed to be focusing on increasing her speed all round. Enough with them. Time for my own training. I went to a small keto target area behind the main block. It was basically a reinforced wall with some targets crudely painted on. I started chanting, sprinkled on the bones of the beast. Sharp tower, red crystal, steel ring. Move and become the wind, stop and become the calm. The sound of warring spears fills the empty castle. I tried focusing my energy into a ball. I shouted, Raikoho. The ball of energy appeared and all, it just exploded in my face. After recovering I saw that even a failed one had caused a small crack to appear in the apparently reinforced wall. Quick, to the forest. Agreed. The forest was the better location. I could blow up as much crap as I wanted. XXXXXXXXXX. 2 weeks flitted by in a Flash, and I was honestly smug with myself. After 72 explosions, 600 dead trees, 3 surprised hikers and an encounter with that cabbage-selling man from Chapter 1, it was finally done. I had learnt the giant lightning thingy of doom. Mwawa ha ha ha. I also pretty much had that chain bakudo in the bag. Ah! Life is sweet when you have a giant explosive lightning bolt by your side. That it is. That it is. Students were flocking back, teachers were returning by the dozen and all was normal at the academy. Life quickly went back to normal. Daichi copied homework, Hayato would get stressed, Akemi continued tutoring me and Mika looked happier than ever. I even met Kasumi again when she came to do a one-off lesson for the last year on healing Kido. One funny thing that happened was that bully dude. Guru Duru, who cares? You're just doing this for a repetitive joke, aren't you? That I am Javan, that I am. Anyway, that bully guy tried to jump me with some of his friends. I promptly kicked their butt and left them screaming for mummy. There isn't much to do at the academy, as I said before, so I continued my training. I would take an hour in the woods after tutoring but before dinner. In this time I would work on practicing my Kido and in doing exercises designed to increase spiritual power. I even did a guy and put some training weights on. It was tough but useful. It definitely increased my muscle power. Gui tried to persuade me to wear a green tracksuit, but alas I had standards. He was disappointed at my unyouthfulness but he quickly got over it by yelling at his rival, a Zenjutsu teacher with a headband over one eye, with that thing where you have 2 different colored eyes. Overall the 4th year was difficult. Much of the work was more difficult but later on I would consider this year to be the best in my life. The year before a masked man would come and change everything I thought about the world of Bleach. Right, my youthful students. Class dismissed. Gui shouted before jumping through his special wall and making another hole in it. Doug the caretaker was currently bashing his head against the wall in annoyance. One more bloody hole to seal up. Curse you GUI. I laughed then left the room with my friends, ready for my next lesson. It was now the middle of the 5th year. Me and my crew endured the year of double homework and annoying exams quite exceptionally. We had all made huge leaps of progress in our abilities. We were called in by the headmaster the other day to be told that we were guaranteed a seated position in the Godiai 13 regardless of our final exam. Daichi had managed to rob the mustache guy of his place at the top of the class, while he cursed with a strangely Mexican accent considering most of us came from Japan and all. Curse you amigo. Watch your back, the chupacabra of the academy is on your tail. As I was saying, Daichi is top of the class in Zenjutsu. He has gone past sparring with students, he now fights the teacher regularly. Daichi is still terrible at Kido but I doubt that will matter in the long term. His skills with his fists and his sword will just about ensure he ends up in the 11th squad or one of the other combat-focused squads. Mika has chosen to focus on her Kido and her Ho-Ho. She is the 3rd best in our Kido class and has become quite good at using her Kido quietly. She is definitely the fastest in our group. I would bet anything that she would end up in the 2nd squad. She was too speed-focused not to end up there for at least a while. Hayato has abandoned his Ho-Ho and his Hakuda. His grades there seem to be slipping. He has seemed to do the same as me and focus on his Kido and Zenjutsu. Number 2 in Kido and number 4 in Zenjutsu. He has been practicing his 40s Kido a lot. He has switched his sword fighting style and seems to use his katana like a rapier. Apparently it was a small hint from his Zanpakudo. As much as I hate to say it, he will probably be snapped up by one of the Kido-focused squads like Aizen's. You'll have tell him at some point to be careful around him. Akemi the supposed prodigy is slipping. The top slots in the major classes have been nicked by the rest of us who have decided to focus on specific things. She has been a bit too broad-ranged. To counter this, her knowledge in the other subjects are extremely high. Much to her pride, her Zanpakudo is apparently close to revealing its name to her. As for me, well, I am doing pretty bloody well, thank you very much. I have taken spot number 1 in Kido class. I have apparently already learnt all the compulsory end of school Kido I need to learn. I now have a free PRD most days where I can go to my practice spot in the woods and try to practice and master the intermediate Kido spells. I am apparently prodigious in this subject. What my teacher doesn't know is that I am already trying to get the hang of a few advanced ones. My list of advanced Kido that I know, 50 plus, includes, Bakudo number 52, 61 and 63, Heido number 54, 58, 63 and yes I know I learned 2 of these in 2 weeks. Give me a break. I found it a lot harder to do the others. I also had to practice lower ones. These are pretty bloody impressive anyway considering I am only in the academy. I also have place number 3 in Zenjutsu. Can't beat that DMN mustache guy. Darn him. Either way, Javan says I am about 18th seat right now. I may have some extremely potent Kido but I don't have the Ryoryoku to use them in battle right now. They will only be of help once I get Shirkai and have enough spiritual energy to use them. I have honestly done quite well really. I was absolutely sure nothing would possibly go wrong or force me into the fight until at least the Soul Society arc. The first sign of looming trouble appeared in the mail later that day. I had just finished my tutoring with Akemi, she has just about finished teaching me stuff, we just do it for fun now, and was too fed up to do some more training in the wood. I had got back to the apartment and was chilling in my room when Daichi came dashing in. Mark. You have mail. If you ordered a dirty magazine you better lend it to me. Only after I get a look. You have no actual eyes. Curse you. Daichi then dropped a small envelope on my bed, and walked out after giving me a quick wink. I looked at the envelope. The envelope was plain and dull brown. The only writing on it was a barely legible scrawl of Marcus D. Solis. The letter was clearly for me, which was strange considering I had no actual people to write to. I checked the envelope but no sign of who sent it to me. Not even a stamp. I finally opened it up. The contents landed on my bed. It was a small piece of paper. I picked it up and looked at it. My blood ran cold. On it was a picture of a body. A dead body. A mutilated body barely resembling a human at all. My throat felt dry and my hand was numb. The corpse looked barely human whatsoever. The picture appeared hand-drawn, using few colors, but retaining the brutal image I saw in front of me. The body itself looked like it had been destroyed from the inside out. I tried not to stare at it. My attention drifted to the right arm. There was no arm. I don't know if the corpse had lost it or something, but quite a bit of the picture was half finished. The arm was just not there. It made me sick just looking at it. I turned it over. A brief message awaited me. Mark, I hope you are ready. The end starts here and this is only the beginning. DMN strange message. I put in my pocket and tried to forget about it. I failed miserably. My attention drifted to it all through dinner. XXXXXXXXXX. The next day passed as normal. The message on the picture still rung in my head. Mark, I hope you are ready. Ready for what? Things were peaceful. Nothing is out of the ordinary. What could possibly happen? My inner debate stopped when Mika came up to me at break. She was smiling more than usual. She also had a slight blush. Mark, she said. We need to talk. About what? I replied. I have something to tell you was all she said. She began to walk off and said, meet me at the usual spot at 5:45. That gives you time to head for some dinner after. She left. I waited a few moments for Javan's inevitable pervert comment. Yes. She wants to confess. The harem may begin. Yarug ha 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 ha. No harem. It's probably something else. My thoughts for the rest of the day flitted between the picture's strange message and my meeting with Mika later on. Lessons passed slowly. Hayato somehow seemed to find out. He told me he would make dinner for later on. During tutoring, Akemi seemed relatively set off. She kept blushing and then snapping at me to keep working. Alas, it appears Akemi has heard of your meeting with Mika later on. Look. She is definitely jealous. Javan actually had a point. She did seem to be acting anime jealous-like. The 2 hours passed and soon my meeting with Mika was looming over me like a guillotine. I walked for about 15 minutes clearing my head. I thought about many things, but mainly why Mika wanted to speak to me. Why? No answer came. I must have slipped into a trance or something. The next time I checked my watch, I was in a completely different location and the watch read 5, crap. I was going to be late. I quickly shunpoed to the usual hanging out spot. No one there. Strange. I said. Javan remained silent. I waited until 5, she never showed up. I was getting worried now. I paced back and forth. Where was she? Where was she? My worrying finally got the best of me and I decided to head to her room in one of the other blocks. I arrived at 6, she wasn't there. God damn it. Where was she? I suddenly thought back to that picture of a corpse. Please. God, no. I shunpoed everywhere. I checked everywhere I could think of. It was dark now. Sunset had came and gone, plunging me into pre-night time darkness. I was finally going mad with worry until I noticed something. I could feel her Ryatsu in the large Kido training ground. I ran there, plagued with relief that I found her. That's strange. Her spiritual pressure was nearly gone. I arrived there expecting to see a worn-out Mika from training. What I saw was 3 times worse. A corpse. A bloody corpse. A body rotting against the wall. A large amount of blood obscured the body's clothes. The pool of blood was all around it. The wound was so deadly this person was clearly dead. He or she was slumped against the wall, having left a smear of blood as it came down. A huge gaping hole was in the middle of the body. It ruptured outwards, leaving guts and intestines dangling out. It looked like it had exploded from the inside out. Specks of skin floated in the pool around it. I wanted to scream, but the sound was stuck in my throat. It looked just like the corpse in that picture. It was flamin' identical. I got out the picture and squinted at it. Definitely the same. Some part of my brain was screaming, God damn it. Scream and shout. This person is dead. I suppose you can blame the media. It practically tells you, hey kiddies. Look. There's a dead body. Let's go poke it with a stick. A dead body isn't as cool as it looks. Believe me, it isn't. I looked at the picture. I saw the missing arm. I glanced at the body. Then I saw it. I threw up on the spot. I emptied my gut all over the floor. The body, well, in its. No. In her hand, there was something I saw back in my first year at the academy. The dead body had a small silver chain grasped in its hand. I threw up again. This mutilated corpse was Mika. My Keika. XXXXXXXXXX. I think I just stood there staring at the body of my friend, the girl I sort of liked. This didn't seem real. This couldn't be real. I stood for a while until I heard a faint drip. 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 I turned away from the body and looked to the right. In the corner, a man stood. He had probably been there the entire time. That meant he killed her. Do stop for a moment, Mark. He said crisply and clearly. His voice sounded strangely robotic and distorted. He had a black cloak wrapped round him. He pulled it back to reveal his face. Or rather his mask. Where a face should have been, a mask sat instead. My first thought was hollow, the second Arankar. Then I noticed it. The mask was not bone white. It looked more like a helmet. He spread his robes revealing he was clad in dull bronze and gold armor. His mask was also a dull gold color. 2 dark holes were the only openings. The mouth was a dull silver line. The shape of the helmet was a spherical thing, like a human head. The armor consisted of black material with large gold plates and smaller bronze plates. His arms were by his side. He wore gloves. His entire body was covered. Drip. 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 The sound came from his right hand. I looked at it and saw. It was completely covered in gore and blood. The glove was dyed a dark crimson. The blood gently dripped into a puddle on the floor. "Oh, this," he said gesturing to his hand. "I agree. Killing is a bit messy." I shook in anger. He practically admitted he killed her. "That's simple." "I did," he said calmly. He shrugged his shoulders. "I didn't really want to, but circumstances dictated I did this. I am afraid you showed up a bit too late. Next time I expect you to show up at least before I kill someone," the BSTRD said calmly. "Next time. Next time. You plan to do this again?" I roared. "Of course. I will continue until you stop me. Due to the hideous mess I caused, I expect you to remember me." He turned to leave. "Next time try and remember. Not so fast, you BSTRD." I shouted. I drew my Zanpakuto. "Let's waste this PP for what he has done." "Oh, you intend to fight me? Did last time teach you nothing?" "Last time? Oh right. This must be the first time. Shut up and die." I shunpoed forward and swung forwards. He dashed just as quickly, vanishing and appearing behind me before grabbing my shoulder. I leapt back, shaking him loose and bellowed, "Sokatsui." The blue flames rushed from my hand and smashed into him. A thin layer of smoke rose up. I dashed round him using Shuanpa, then prepared to slash his unprotected back. A hand rose from the smoke and grabbed my sword. I dropped it before shunpoing away again. This time I would use a stronger Kido. Heido number 54, Heian. I swung my hand. A blast of concentrated purple reshi shot from it and into my armored target, hitting him dead on. When the smoke cleared, I expected him to have suffered some damage. He did not. He stood there, perfectly fine. Smoke rose from his armor, but he had sustained no damage. "Nice attacks there, Mark. That Sokatsui was weak and your sword swing could not pierce my armor, but still. Nice final attack. That one nearly hurt. DMNIT. Heian incinerates everything it touches." He stood there and took it head on. "How strong is that armor?" "My armor is very strong, in case you were wondering. You are aware that the walls of the Seireitei are made of an extremely strong stone. My armor is made of a compound of this created by melting the stone down with some strong steel. My armored plates are nearly unbreakable and will negate and repel all spiritual energy. Even a captain would have trouble piercing it." "Oh yeah. Like hell am I giving up? I will kill this BSTRD. If I can't blow him up, I'll chop him up." I decided to employ a hit-and-run strategy. I would dash forwards and would swing before he could stop me, before shunpoing round while he attempts to defend himself. Rinse and repeat. I shunpoed behind him. "Not that easy, my friend." He swung his fist backwards, narrowly missing me, before throwing his fist forwards into the spot where I was just shunpoing to. I slammed into his arm. It was like running into a brick wall. He threw me back. I pulled myself off the floor. I rushed up and quickly had a breakthrough, Bakudo number 21, Sekienten. Red smoke escape. I pushed my palm to the ground and red smoke burst into being, surrounding me and our battleground. I dashed to where I knew he was and performed some fast swinging combos as I shunpoed round him. I heard a clank occasionally, so I knew I hit him a few times. I dashed back as the smoke cleared and got my breath. I felt tired, drained, and my Ryatsu was running low. When the smoke disappeared there was not a scratch on him. Quite persistent, aren't you? DMNIT all. I had one last shot. Use up all my energy on one last combo. I had to hope a level 60 plus Kido could break through him, or at least find a weak spot. Seijo Sabaku. I bellowed. A chain came from above and wrapped round him tight. Oh, trying something new are we? The chains almost immediately began to steam. I began to chant quickly. Sprinkled on the bones of the beast. Sharp tower, red crystal, steel ring. Move and become the wind, stop and become the calm. The sound of warring spears fills the empty castle. Heido number 63, Raikoho. I moved both hands forward with all my power and sent a great ball of electricity shooting towards him. It struck with the force of a thunderbolt. Boom! Lightning surged everywhere and the thunder could be seen all over the academy. I panted and fell to one knee. A slight black mark grazed one of his frontal plates. He was bloody unharmed. Very potent, Mark, you managed to graze my armor. I imagine you will be quite a reaper one day. You shut your face. I shouted wearily. You have showcased your power. Let me show you mine. He casually walked up to the reinforced wall and laid his palm on it. With the strength of a one-sided bomb the wall exploded inwards, leaving a massive hole leading to a small classroom. This is my strength. On multiple parts of my armor, there are one-way directed explosives, which can release my Ryatsu despite the Sekiseki stone in my armor. This means I can cause anything to explode as long as I am touching it. He lowered his arm, then looked at me. That was how I killed her, you know. A hand into her chest, an inside-out explosion. Quite painful, so I'm told. You'll die, you bstrd. I swear on my life. I will hunt you down and one day you will die by my hand. He pet his head to the side curiously. I am sure you will. When this death comes I will accept it willingly. He walked up to me and with a quick chop he knocked me to the floor. Don't get up. I couldn't, even if I wanted to. He started to walk towards the door, then thought better of it. He casually clambered onto the roof and turned back to me while I looked at him with hate in my eyes. Goodbye, Mark. I will see you soon. I look forward to the day we meet again. He started to walk away as he nonchalantly said, if you wish to kill me, you at least deserve my name. You may call me Z. Z took a few more steps away from me then disappeared. I started to cry at my loss. I would never see the smiling face of Mika ever again. I would not get revenge for the death of one of my closest friends. XXXXXXXXXXX. I am not sure how long I sat there crying. After a while a few teachers and students showed up and saw the damaged wall and the corpse. I think Hayato showed up. He cried for a while as well. The Zenjutsu teacher showed up and asked me something. I wasn't listening and did not reply. Eventually he took his long coat off and draped it over Mika's corpse. One less thing to look at. For some reason Aizen showed up. He talked to the teachers for a while. He looked over at me with his bloody, traitorous, deceiving falsely sympathetic face. I saw some people pointing and shouting at me, as if I was the one who did this. Akemi and Daichi were stood in front of me, defending me to their last ragged breath. Eventually Aizen walked up to me and with a few words I felt myself falling into a deep sleep, plagued only by the memory of Mika. I woke up in a room different to my own. It was plain and white. A holding cell. A single door led up. I couldn't be bothered to get up and go to it. After a while the door opened up and Aizen came in. Aizen, bloody brilliant. Oh sure, now you show up. Where were you to give me some help when Z was there mocking Mika's death? Yes, I know I was not there. For some reason I fell unconscious for the entirety of yesterday. I did not even know Mika was dead till I looked through your head. I am honestly troubled by that man's armor. I know. Bloody unbreakable. Not that. He can't have that armor. No one can. What the hell do you mean? Nothing. I still don't forgive you. That I know. Aizen walked up to me and sat in the seat next to me, just like how he did after I was ambushed by those hollows. Good morning, Mark, or rather, bad morning. We have some things to talk about. I sighed and turned my head away. I would rather not. Aizen also sighed. I am sorry for your loss, I really am, but there is no time to mourn. You were the only other person at the murder scene. You are unfortunately the prime suspect. This killing is so serious the Central 46 is being called in to judge you. I know you did not do this. Unless you tell me what happened, you will take the blame. Central 46 does not care for a fair trial. Unless you put your faith in me, you will rot in the maggot's nest for the rest of your life. Who cares? I said. Mika is dead, nothing will change that. The killer escaped and it could be anyone in the Bloody Soul Society. I don't have a chance in hell of being acquitted. Yes you do. Aizen said, placing a hand on my shoulder. I have quite a bit of influence. If you tell me the whole story, I may be able to sort it out. There is no proper evidence to back up the fact that you are a killer. Why bother? I feel dead already. I said wearily. No, Mark. Do not go all emo on me and do a Sasuke. Don't say that. Mika would not want you to give up. Live to fight another day, and one day get your revenge. That can't happen if you are rotting in a cell. Seeing the logic, I realized, yeah, life SCKS now. But let's at least go make that BSTRDS life at least as sucky as ours before we bite the dust. Fine. I will tell you the whole story. And I did. I told him everything that happened. Every bit of that night. He nodded his head thoughtfully. True, true. This does make sense. The hole in the wall and the odd wound on Kia's body does at least prove that Z could exist. There was also an odd Ryatsu lingering in the air. A huge release of energy was also recorded in the air, just before you seemed to arrive. I may even be able to find a witness to back you up on where you were when trying to find Mika. It may be able to prove you were not there at the time of death if we do it properly. He clapped his hands together. Leave it to me. Right, thanks. Oh, one more thing. I request you join my squad. In fact, I insist you join my squad. His face changed slightly. I knew the kind comforting Aizen was gone, conniving treacherous BSTRD Aizen had returned. Unfortunately I knew he had me. I owed him big time and he knew it. If I said no, he could just leave me to my fate. Fine, I am sure my time in the 5th squad when I graduate will be really great. I said sarcastically. I have no choice. I accept your ultimatum. Pleasure doing business with you. He held his hand out. I shook it and finished my deal with the devil. He walked off but paused at the door. Oh yes. I saw a few of your personal training sessions. Well done on learning such difficult Kido. Nice to see my gift has been useful. He shut the door behind him. I waited for Javan to inappropriately shout out complaints about what I just did. He did not disappoint. You idiot. You total idiot. You did the exact opposite of what we agreed to do. No joining 5th squad, and avoid all interactions with Aizen. You deliberately agreed to join his squad. This gives him plenty of time to try and persuade you, or blackmail you into joining his team. You total wanker. Oh yeah. I replied angrily. Maybe he won't have to blackmail me. Maybe I might join him willingly if he can get me the head of that masked man Z. We stood with our backs metaphorically to one another. The silence was great between us. I internally debated about the sheet I just threw myself into. XXXXXXXXXX. The next day I was taken to court. I was led to the center of the Seireitei and Frog marched into a large government-type building. The two guards assigned to keep an eye on me led me through a series of passageways and into a large room. In this room I saw the typical courtroom. In the anime I think Hitsujiya met the Central 46 in a different room. I am not actually sure how court cases were dealt with in the Soul Society. Based on the Urahara scene I guessed it would be some sort of one-sided interrogation rant. I still had low hopes on my chances of escaping from this trial unharmed. I was made to stand in the center of the room. A spiral of rows around me in this circular room revealed that above me there were multiple people watching my trial. I saw a few familiar faces. Ranjaku and Hitsujiya in the front row, Unohana and Kasumi hovering near the back, Daichi, Hayato and Akemi came to support me as well. By the look of things, a lot of people had decided to show up for this trial. In the anime it was just Urahara and the judge. Maybe that was only because he was a captain. The judge came in a few minutes later. He said he was a lower member of the Central. He had an afro strangely enough. He also had a mustache. I instantly disliked him because of this. Darn all you mustache guys. Court in session, he bellowed in an overly loud way. Marcus D. Solis. What do you plead? I suppose I plead not guilty. You see. He said he was not guilty. Surely he must be lying. You can't just sentence a man by saying he is lying. I have a mustache. This instantly makes me right. You do realize women find mustaches unattractive. Screw you, man. The secret society of mustache owners will have your soul. We continued to comically yell at each other for a while. Our childish arguing was cut short when Aizen entered the room. Sorry I'm late. I had to find a defense attorney. Behind him a man walked into the room. My jaw dropped in anime-style fashion. It was a complete mimic of Phoenix Wright from the Ace Attorney series. He had the associated blue suit and the spiky hair that would put Final Fantasy characters to shame. Then an epic courtroom battle occurred. Phoenix threw piece after piece of unlikely evidence at the judge in an attempt to force him into SBMSN. He finally nailed him in the head with a half-eaten cheese sandwich. This half-eaten cheese sandwich definitely proves my client is innocent. The Mustache Guild curses you, follower of the mighty Spike. Aizen then burst in with some actual relevant evidence to get me innocent. This caused the judge to burst out with "No. Blasphemy. A court case with actual evidence. Curse you, mullet subscriber." Phoenix agreed and threw random articles of food at him from his packed lunch. Aizen sat down in defeat. Miles Edgeworth, Phoenix's arch-rival, then swung through the window Batman style and proceeded to begin his regular owning of Phoenix Wright. My unlikely attorney then proceeded to bring on a range of strange witnesses who seemed to have nothing to do with the actual case. The dinner lady with the frying pan said, "I don't actually know the kid." The cabbage guy said, "Burn him. Burn him." He mocked the cabbages. Gui defended me in his usual, youthful, way. A guy who looked like Jaden Yugi showed up and proceeded to have a rap battle with me to see who was the king of games. I knew that God was laughing at me when he brought on a blonde energetic teenager in an orange jumpsuit who kept yelling at the judge to believe it. At this point I was smacking my head against the wall. The court case came to an end when Phoenix brought up the old cheese sandwich and proved that that was somehow the murder weapon and that the cabbage guy was the one who killed Roger Rabbit. I walked out of the room with Aizen, who casually remarked, "Good thing I forged that cheese sandwich, wasn't it? It was actually a cheese and pickle instead." I just thanked my lucky stars for plot convenience. XXXXXXXXXX. I was released the next day. Due to lack of relatives, me and the rest of my friends all chipped in to pay for her funeral. Words were said, tears were shed, and Mika was left buried by the side of a beautiful cherry blossom tree on a peaceful hill in the South Rukon district. I myself cried a lot. The last time I cried had also been at a funeral, my dad specifically. I can honestly say that I would miss her more than I thought anyone could ever miss anything. Javan was sad too. He did no perverted jokes for the entire day. Time passed, and while the feeling of loss lessened, it never truly disappeared. The rest of us still remained friends. Mika's death prompted us to be closer to one another. The 5th year passed in a blur. The final year slipped past like a blur. It was a year and a half of mass revision. My training time gradually decreased as the workload mounted. The final exam was quite difficult. We had written exams and a series of practical ones too. We all managed to pass successfully, except for Daichi, who obtained a massive fail in Kido. We took part in the traditional throwing of cap thingy event thing that all students eventually do. One poor get lost an eye when the point of one stabbed him in the face on the way down. We all decide to have one last get together before we all went our separate ways, when the academy ended. We all went to a small bar in the Rukon district. We were all served beers, no asking for ID here folks. After all, no one knows their own bloody age here, and took some seats. We spent the evening drinking, talking, reminiscing, and gaining valuable blackmail information as we all got hammered. Late at night, about 11, me and Daichi were sat at the bar waiting for a beer. Can you believe it, Daichi? Look how far we come. While I was spluttering and slurring, Daichi still looked relatively fine. Has the alcohol tolerance of a saint. Yeah. Here we are, mates at a bar. Off to the Godii 13 after all those bloody years at the academy. Woohoo. Finally free of dat ELLLOOLE. This continued for a while until I said a bit less slurred, the alcohol was being filtered out by Javan. That bloody bartender was also talking his time. Sometimes this seems a bit unreal. I mean, can I really be here doing all this stuff? Sure you can. You're the man. This is your party, as they say. I laughed at the internal joke, due to the fact that a part of me still thinks I was hit by a car and am currently in a coma or something, thus making it my own party. True. Then again, a part of me feels like this is a dream or something. It just feels strange how real this is. Ha ha ha. This may feel like a dream, but then again, how do we know if we are dreaming the dream or if the dream is just dreaming us dreaming? Amazing how people are amazingly profound when drunk. So then, how can you tell if this is real or not? Ha ha ha. It's easy, Marco. Ha ha ha. Reality is the world where you felt most alive. Who gives a DMN if it's a dream or not? Our drinks came and the intelligent talk stopped. The 4 of us drank till the wee hours of the morning. By foolish we had just about all fallen unconscious. I was just happy to be in this world, sharing my first pub visit with these people. Like Daichi says, who gives a DMN if it's a dream or not, right? I woke up the next morning with a raging headache. It felt like Luffy from One Piece got hungry in the night and decided to open my skull open with a can opener, before tasting my crappy brain and realizing it tasted like crap. I groaned and sat up from my unexpected sleeping position. I opened my eyes and said, oh crap. I had apparently fallen asleep, with my face in Akimi's bust. I can honestly say that if she woke up now I would be deader than Naruto abridged. Already did that joke. Anyway, I can honestly say that I am dead. Luckily she was still asleep. Even unconscious after a night of binge drinking she still looked a little cute. I scrambled up, leaned against a wall and whistled innocently. No one would ever know. I turned and saw Hayato already up. He had a camera in his hand and a smug look on his face. I wept anime tears for my soon-to-be missing genitalia. I eventually pacified him by swapping the pictures of me with Akemi for a few embarrassing shots of Daichi picking a fight with a wall. And losing. I slunk down to a chair. My headache still pounded like a brass band. I told you to lay off the drink. Javan said patronizingly. No, you didn't. You told me to hurry up and learn to manifest you so that you could have some booze too. Touché. Soon Daichi woke up. He was as happy and cheerful as normal. That lucky BSTRD was immune to hangovers. I eventually decided to move Akemi from her uncomfortable position on the floor, to a slightly less uncomfortable position on some arranged chairs. Akemi woke up soon after. She was suffering a hangover twice as bad as mine. Like with food, Akemi likes a lot of alcohol as well. The bartender came down after a bit with a herbal coffee, the recipe having apparently been passed down through the generations from one drunk family to another. It was nearly as old as Yamamoto himself. We drank our coffee and our status was nearly back to normal by lunch. That nice bartender left us be. He was apparently used to hung-over customers. After lunch we all decided it was time to go our separate ways. Today was not only our first day away from the academy, but also our move-in day to get our stuff to our new squads as well as to get an idea of what division work would feel like. We would have the day to basically get used to our new squad building and to move in. Tomorrow it would be back to work we go. Daichi was the first to go. He called in the usual way, "Hey. It's been fun. We should meet up sometime, by then I'll be at least a lieutenant," he bragged. A projectile book sent by Hayato encouraged him to be on his way. Daichi had chosen to go to the 11th squad. Due to his expert combat potential it was guaranteed he would end up there. All I wonder is how long it will take for them to break him. Seriously, Daichi is a bit too nice to really fit in with them. Akemi was next to go. She turned to me and shouted as she walked off, "Idiot. You better not slack off while I'm gone." "Yes ma'am," I replied sarcastically. Akemi ended up in the 6th squad under Mr. I have a stick the size of Aizen's ego. Due to her position as a noble her house ensured she ended up in an immediate seated position. Akemi was said since she wanted to actually earn a place. She should fit right in with all those wankers. Me and Hayato remained. Hayato said, "We should get going." I agreed and we began the walk out of the Rukon district. Hayato, like I predicted, was offered a place by Aizen in his squad. Hayato accepted. I kept my word and grudgingly joined the 5th squad too. Me and Hayato would probably end up stuck with each other for a while. I still had not got round to telling him to be careful of Aizen. The right moment had not shown up. We entered Seireitei through the west gate, narrowly avoiding another confrontation with the giant in a constant search for a sugar rush. We asked a few passing Shinigami for directions. What we got instead was a speech on the wonders of Aizen. It's not like he has rainbows shining from his butt. Agreed. We wandered for a while until we found someone who wasn't an Aizen fangirl meltdown. We were led to a large white building in the typical style of a Japanese, well, building. Look, it was large, white, Japanese, and large. What more do you want? We went through the doors, revealing this was only the gates to the inside. The inside contained a small garden like what we often found in the academy. There was a pagoda in the middle, several Shinigami were meditating. There were several doors around the garden, probably leading to various hallways. We stood around awkwardly for a few minutes until a woman came up to us and introduced herself. "Good morning, you must be the rest of the new recruits. The others showed up a while ago. You are quite late." I sweat dropped. We were all unconscious for a long time. Oh well. My name is Momo Hinamori, the lieutenant of Squad 5. I noticed this woman fit the bill. She wore the usual Shinigami uniform. She had brown eyes and that distinctive black hair tied up in a bun. Yes, she was definitely Little Miss Shiro-chan, Captain Aizen hardcore fangirl. She pointed to the door to the left of the pagoda. Captain Aizen's office is just down there. My paperwork for the day is finished, so I will show you the way. Afterwards I will give you a private tour of Squad 5 since you missed the actual tour. Sounds good, I said, nodding with enthusiasm. Thank you very much for doing this, Lieutenant Hinamori. Please, call me Momo. We're all friends here. She led us down some plain hallways. Along the way she pointed out a few offices, the Zenjutsu training room and the meditation room. I digged the meditation room. Incensed candles were a nice touch. Don't people say that only women and gays like incensed candles? Quiet you. I don't know. Are you a woman? Or are you a gay? I am neither, you prick. I am currently a bloody sword spirit. I can hardly even consider myself a bloke, let alone a flamin' gender. Does that make you a eunuch? Sigh. No, Mark, it does not make me a eunuch. We finally arrived at Aizen's office. Momo knocked on the door and said, Captain Aizen. I'm coming in. She opened the door and led me and Hayato inside. The office reminded me of Hitsuji's. There was a single desk with a lamp and a small pile of paperwork. The walls, like Hitsuji's office, also had bookshelves. Behind Aizen's desk there was a large framed picture of the 5th Squad symbol. Aizen probably keeps his incriminating evidence in a secret safe behind a portrait like that. Aizen just screams of Scooby-Doo style secret safes and shoddily created moving bookshelves. I made a mental reminder to look behind the portrait later. Aizen was at his desk, a kindly expression on his face. Noticing me looking at the portrait he said, "Oh, that is our division's insignia, the lily of the valley. It represents danger, sacrifice and humility." Aizen stood up and brushed some non-existent dirt off his spotless haori. Kerr. I did not imagine you would be this late. First let me say that punctuality is greatly appreciated in my squad. Is that clear? He said. Yes, Captain. Me and Hayato replied together. Aizen smiled. Now that we have the lecture over, let me formally welcome the two of you to Squad 5. He held out his hand for us to shake it. Hayato went first, I followed. He had a strong but almost gentle grip. It was as if he was holding back the fact that he could crush my hand easily, which he probably could. First you have some paperwork to fill out. Yay, paperwork. Aizen gave the two of us some sheets to fill in and a biro. Some questions involved your motivation and your combat ideals. I made sure to put the answer, amnesic, whenever there was an awkward question I did not want to answer. We gave them to Aizen, who quickly checked them over before stating. These seem to be fine. Welcome to the squad. Day starts at 9 o'clock. I recommend for you to do your paperwork in the morning at this point. Afterwards you may spend the day training, sparring or absorbing knowledge from our extensive library. You will know if you have any missions to perform because the seated officer above you will leave a message in your personal mailbox. I recommend you check this box daily. Today will be your chance to get used to the layout of our squad. Momo. Yes, Captain. Will you give them a tour of our facilities? Yes, Captain Aizen. I will see you later. I make a habit of checking on new recruits when training. I may be able to give you some pointers. Goodbye. I expect great things from you. Aizen sat back down. We had apparently been dismissed. Right. Off we go, said Momo cheerfully. Her tour led us across the entirety of the building. She showed us the cafeteria, where you could get high-quality food for free. That's right. For free. No wonder why the 5th Squad loves him. They had a high-quality keto range. It was easily 10 meters long. The wall had extremely large targets painted on. Momo said the wall could easily withstand level 70 plus keto. I practically salivated at the thought of practicing high-level keto without having to kill a few hundred trees to do so. We went back to the Zenjutsu training hall. A few rows of people were practicing their sword katas. The room was nice and clean. Apparently there were other, smaller rooms where you could have private matches and training sessions with friends. Me and Hayato agreed to practice daily with one another. The library was also pretty good. When Hayato saw it, I was pretty sure he got the weirdest sort of bnr. Yeah. He sort of crossed his legs. The library had books on all topics. You could only take out books according to your rank in the squad. Momo, having been told about my high Kido powers, gave me a note so I could get any Kido books I wanted. The tour lasted a few hours. By the end of it I could see that the atmosphere was calm and peaceful. This atmosphere was almost worth being blackmailed by Aizen into joining. She finally showed us to our rooms. Me and Hayato had got rooms next to each other. The room was a lot better when compared to our old one. It was clean and tidy. The bed was soft, and there was a bunch of Shinigami robes in my size, in the wardrobe. I had a nice desk and my own mini kitchen. The bathroom actually had warm water. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Momo then left us to move our stuff in. Hayato complained on the lack of good artwork in his room. I told him that he should just draw something since he was so good at artwork. The rest of the day included moving my stuff in from the academy and trying out the training facilities. My bedtime I was knackered. I fell asleep quickly. XXXXXXXXXX. Time passed. 8 months to be precise. I settled into the routine Aizen recommended. In the morning I did my paperwork. I will not even explain how crap paperwork is. I then had lunch with Hayato, Bob, a fat kid from the academy, Dan, a veteran Shinigami. Has been in service for 40 years, and sometimes Momo decided to sit with us. After lunch me and Hayato have a spar in the practice rooms. He claims to have unlocked Shirkai. He decided to train it by himself. Then I would practice Kido. I was known now for using extremely explosive Kido. I could turn a basic Sokatsui into a huge firestorm now. Even my basic Kido was deadly. Whenever I enter the Kido range, people learn to make their excuses and get the hell out of there fast. Finally, meditation. I would chat with Javan for large amounts of time. We came up with a basic plan for when canon events start to happen. Our best bet was getting to Karakura town when Rukia did. I made plans for this by bumping into Rukia a few times. We were sort of friends now. Not really close, but she said she would say bye before going off on her first mission to the human world. This means we know when to blackmail. I mean, convince Aizen to let me go. I could reveal that I know his plans and have planned to release the info if he kills me. The other idea, claim I must go there because my Zanpakuto told me to go there in order to learn the truth and learn your Shirkai. He may let me go anyway. I feel that I may be Aizen's backup rival, in case Ichigo fails. Speaking of Aizen, he backed up what he said when we first joined. He occasionally showed up and gave me some pointers in Kido, or a simpler way to use Shuinpa, a nice technique in Hakuda, or simply gave some encouragement. I became a 17th seat quite quickly. Apparently the only thing stopping me from a higher position was my Ryatsu levels and lack of Shirkai. With a Shirkai I would be just about 10th seat because of the high-level Kido I know. Hayato is an 18th seat. LOL. This makes me his technical superior. I could now push my paperwork onto him. I did not do this often. He always found a way to get his own back. I saw my other friends once a week in our usual pub. Akemi was settling in well. She had already obtained Shirkai, a pretty good one apparently. 15th seat was her title in Squad 6. Daichi was a nervous wreck. The 11th squad scared him shitless. He was the, hey guys. Let's go beat him up for no apparent reason, person. He did not really fit in with the thickies and the thugs. Luckily he got a bit of respect by beating up his lead tormentor, a 16th seat. Due to the mechanisms of Squad 11, Daichi took his place as a 16th seat, and the tormentor was pushed to 17th seat. One day Aizen called us to his office. "Hello Mark, Hayato. I have some good news. I am entering the two of you into the Godai 13's yearly, Beginner's Brawl Tournament, a yearly competition to determine which squad has raised the best novice Shinigami." "Explain further," said Hayato calmly. I myself was freaking out. "A bloody tournament. Nice one Aizen." "Certainly," said Aizen. "This competition is a series of battles to determine which 15th seat or lower in the entire Godai 13, is the strongest. Each squad enters 2 fighters, bringing the total amount of entries up to each player is assigned a random person to fight against. Winner continues to next round, loser leaves. Quite simple really." "So what?" I finally asked. "You are picking 2 newbies just out of the academy. No disrespect Captain, but there are better people to enter." Aizen shook his head. "I disagree Mark. You remind me of myself. You have a large amount of willpower, intelligence and courage. Even without Shirkai I can happily say I have faith that you could go far in the tournament, using just your Kido." He gave his nice guy smile. I knew he was actually a BSTRD, but still. That made me feel good about myself. "Hayato, you have a very unique Shirkai. I think you two could go far." Hayato had a slight smile on his face. He must be extremely pleased with himself. "The tournament starts in 4 months' time. I will temporarily remove all paperwork duties so you can train more. I wish you luck." He sat down. Meeting over. We had just got to the door when he said, "Remember. The prize for winning is an instant promotion." We shut the door. We smirked at each other. 4 months eh? Yes Mark, 4 months. We began our plans for training, the future looked bright.